March 15, 2014, police in Stowe, Ohio got a call from Diana Johnson, who requested a wellness check on her daughter Michelle. Officers searched the home of the missing 21-year-old. When they came to the shed, they discovered Michelle's body wrapped in a blanket and towel. She had been stabbed, and her throat was cut. Suspicion soon falls on Michelle's roommate, 45-year-old Roxanne Buck, and investigators bring her in for questioning.
So what's going on?
Sorry about the delay. Things have been kind of crazy here, and we're just trying to get some things sorted out.
Okay.
And you'll have to be patient with me because I know very little. So I'm still trying to get things sorted out. So I'm going to just start with the basics. Can I get your name, ma'am?
Roxanne Buck.
Okay, Roxanne. R-O-X-A.
A-N-N-E.
Okay.
Buck like the deer.
What's your middle initial?
Lee. L-E-E.
L-E?
L-E-E.
And your home address? Okay. And a phone number there?
Oh, shoot. I don't call myself.
Your date of birth? And your social security number? Okay. And do you own that home?
No.
You rent?
I'm a roommate.
You're a roommate. Who else do you live with?
Diane and Michelle.
Diane?
Diane Johnson and Michelle Johnson is her daughter.
Okay. Diane J-O-H-N-S-O-N?
Yes. Diana.
Diana.
I call her Diane.
Okay. So it's Diana Johnson, that's mom?
Yes.
Okay. And the daughter is who?
Michelle Johnson.
Michelle. How long have you guys lived there together?
At that place, February 1st.
Okay.
And
Well,
before that, on Mac Drive, I rented a room from her.
from Diana?
Diana.
All right. Do you have any reason why they called you down to the station?
No.
Okay. Michelle's been seriously injured. Okay. They suspect foul play is involved. When's the last time you saw Michelle?
Around 12:45 yesterday.
Last night, as in the morning,
No,
or
morning,
12:40?
more afternoon.
12:45 in the afternoon yesterday?
I know this because I was supposed to pick my friend up from work,
Uh-huh.
and she called me and said that I didn't have to. So it's on the caller ID.
On the caller ID of the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left shortly after because Michelle said she was having people over and asked me if I was working because I work at home. And I said no. Because she
Work
didn't
at
want.
home?
Yes.
What, do you have a
American Medical Response. I work for them.
what is that?
Ambulance.
Okay, so what do you,
I bill and code from home.
okay.
So, she has people, usually she asks me if I'm working because sometimes I don't have a door. So it gets loud
You don't have a door
in my room.
okay. All right, so where was she at 12:45 when she called?
My friend was at work. I was supposed to pick her up, but she called and said I didn't need to.
Michelle?
Michelle was at home.
Oh, so you saw her there?
Yeah.
Okay. Bear with me because again, I don't know all the people we're talking about. So
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just be patient. Plus, I'm old. Okay, you have to be patient.
Me too.
Okay. So Michelle was with you, and then you got a call. And is that when you left her at the house?
Well, I left her at the house because she said she was having people over.
Oh, so you,
Yeah, so I took off for a few
did
hours.
she say who was coming over?
No.
Do you know any of her friends?
No. She lets people in. Usually it's at night. Sometimes she goes out.
Okay, so around 12:45 yesterday, you got a call that somebody needed a ride?
No, to cancel my ride. I was waiting for her to call. To give her Amanda Miller is my friend, and I was supposed to pick her up. Sorry.
Let me go.
711, if you can copy, call dispatch, please.
Excuse me just a moment.
Is she going to be okay?
Just give me 1 second. Yeah, they're out there right now. I just heard a
Where
couple
was
minutes ago. I guess at the residence on the
She
Naval
wasn't
Park.
there when I left.
All right. What time did you leave? Was you there early today and left for work, I
I was
assume?
left all day. I was there all day today, and I left for work.
Okay, what time was that approximately?
5:30.
5:30. All
She wasn't there then.
right. Okay. Do you know where she was earlier in the day?
No, I haven't seen her since yesterday. In fact, I IM'd her mom, and I said, Michelle's dog is driving me crazy. You know, I took her for a walk this morning because she was supposed to work at 7-Eleven, so I thought that's where she was last night.
Okay.
But the dog was barking, and so I took her for a walk, and I lost her. And I called the police asking what to do because it's a rot.
Okay.
But I got a call 20 minutes later from your dispatch people. So, and I IM'd her mom. I said, the dog is driving me nuts.
It's like barking and stuff.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah. Yeah, they do that sometimes.
And I said, I haven't seen Michelle since yesterday.
Okay.
I go, can you call? I don't have her number. So, and then I IM'd Michelle, but she never got back to me. I'm like, your dog is driving me crazy.
Okay. You said 7-Eleven. Does she work at 7-Eleven?
She just got the job this week.
You know which one?
Yeah, Fish Creek and Grand, because her mom asked me to look up the number.
Okay. Has she actually started working yet?
I don't know.
Or she got,
I don't pay that much attention to
that's
this.
no problem. Yeah, I'm not sure what all's relevant and what's not. We're just trying to help piece our day together, and they're out there doing their thing.
Yeah, she's 21. I don't mind her business. The only time I ever said anything to her was like 1 o'clock in the morning when I'm like, I'm trying to sleep, I don't have a door. You know, and she had people over, so.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You okay? Was that that?
No, it was unrelated. Okay, keeping in mind I'm old, and I'm just gonna make sure I got this all straight in my head. You
Okay.
last saw Michelle at the house on Maple Park
Around
about 12:45. You got a call about a ride. Now,
Yeah, I was supposed to pick up my friend,
Mhm.
and she called to say I didn't have to because her husband was coming to get her.
okay.
So I was looking at the time, and Michelle said she was going to have people over, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
So
Well, I'll make myself scarce because I try to do that when she has people over, they're loud.
Okay, and so you left shortly after that?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you go?
I went to the park, and then I went to Barberton to see a friend.
Which park? In Stowe?
Yes.
Which one?
What's it called? You're driving towards Monroe Falls, and it's right before the bridge and the railroad
Was
tracks.
that Brust or something like that?
Yeah, it starts with a B.
There at the
There's a
river
farmer's
there?
market there.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was kind of nice,
You went to Brust?
and I'm fat.
You went to Brust Park,
Yes.
and who did you go see in Barberton?
His name's Kiss.
Kiss?
It was only for a minute.
And
I don't know the exact address, but it's on Waterloo.
his nickname is Kiss?
Yeah. He's a rapper.
He's a rapper. You don't appear to be somebody into rap music. You into rap music?
He was my ex-boyfriend's friend.
Okay. How can I get a hold of him to verify your information?
I have his phone number, but he won't want to call me.
Okay, I'm used to it.
Okay.
A lot of people don't like me calling.
I was only there for a minute.
Okay.
Well,
And I'm not even saying I'm going to call him. I'm just saying if it turns out down the road, we got to verify his stories.
he's a dealer.
Okay. As long as he's not dealing today or dealing in Stowe right now, I got bigger fish.
Oh, okay. 339
330-400-9099.
9099.
What is he dealing?
Cocaine.
Okay. Crack or powder?
Crack.
Did you go there to use yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I was pretty much going to the park and stuff for.
About what time did you meet up with him?
It takes about. I went to the park and I did exercise,
Walked on the trail?
but I got to thinking, maybe at 1:30.
Okay. And where'd you go after that?
No, I had to have been like 1:30 to 2 o'clock. Next time I have to get there.
All right. After you scored
I went to various parking lots.
and used?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want to sit too long.
All right. And when you came home, where was Michelle?
I didn't see her.
She wasn't home?
No.
And what time did you get home?
Well, I had to go to the emergency room
Okay.
because I use an aluminum can.
Yeah.
And sometimes you cut it open to get.
Sure.
And I cut myself on the can.
What hospital did you go to?
The one, Hudson, Akron General.
Oh, right here in Stowe?
Yes.
Okay, so Stowe ER. And what time do you think you were there?
Until 4 something.
You got there at 4?
No, it was like 2:30.
About 2:30?
Yeah. And it was after 4, and then I drove through Burger King to give them my note for not working yesterday.
Because the injury. Okay. All right. Did you hurt Michelle?
No.
Okay. That's standard police. Check it off the list. Because it makes my job a whole lot
No,
easier.
she's my son's cousin.
Okay.
I've known her for over 20 years.
Honestly, I don't think that you did, but it sure saves me a lot of time. If I ask and you say yes, then I don't have to go out and do a whole bunch
Well,
of
I
work. Do you know who hurt Michelle?
No, I don't know any of her people. I know she dates some cops, but I don't think.
Yeah, I've got cops out at the scene, and they want to look around the house.
Okay.
The options are we get permission from the residents or we get a search warrant. It saves us a lot of time and it's a lot easier if we get permission.
Go ahead.
Do we have your
Oh,
consent?
absolutely.
Okay, we're going to have you look at a form here, and it's just a statement saying you give the police permission to go inside the house.
Okay.
All right.
Do you need the key?
I don't know. I'll call. If I do, I'll get it from you and run it up.
Okay. Because I'd rather her mom's going to be under enough pressure, and I'd rather her not come to a broken door.
No, they're not going to kick the door in.
Oh, okay.
No, if it's locked, we'll unlock it. We're not going to kick doors in.
And I watch enough shows. Sorry, I know you get that a lot.
Yeah,
where I
actually,
understand why you have to ask certain questions.
Yeah.
But I work at home and I get bored at my job. So I have one computer where I watch Netflix, and because I kind of have ADD a little, so it helps me focus, believe it or not. It's weird that way.
No, I've heard that before.
Okay.
No, I've heard that. Now, which part of the room, do you just have one room that's exclusively
It's
yours?
downstairs, yes.
And is it a basement?
No, it's a townhouse that, I guess that you could say it's an above ground basement, but it's more like the first floor and the living quarters are upstairs.
Okay.
Their
But
rooms
your
and
room
stuff.
is in the first floor?
Yes, as soon as you walk in the door, it's to the left.
Okay.
And I use that, and I just go upstairs to eat and shower.
Okay. Do you have any idea who would want to hurt your roommate?
No.
Does she hang around some undesirable
I've never.
people? Has she been in an argument with anybody?
I've only met one boyfriend. I don't even know what his name is, but she says she's seeing him now.
You say she dates cops? Is that what you said?
That's what she says.
But you've never seen it?
No.
Was it this guy?
No.
Okay, get me into it.
Wait. I mentioned his name to you before. I asked if you knew him. Brad?
Brad?
Maybe, she said.
Okay.
Officer Brad.
Does he work here and stuff?
That's what she said. Okay. But she's 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reference before me, just talking about, excuse me, it's been a long time since I looked at one of these. Basically, I just print your name here, that he was formed by Sergeant Bresnick here, and myself, Officer Reed. Basically, read as you go along, print your name here, write the address out down here.
Sorry, my fingers aren't.
That's no trouble.
Sign here?
Yeah, just write your address on this line here, and then signature at the bottom.
When are we gonna find out if she's okay?
Well, I'm gonna make a phone call, but we have to first go inside the house. All right.
Why inside the house?
You know, I'm here and they're out there. I'm gonna call and I'm gonna talk to the officer out at the scene. And I'll have some more answers that I can talk to. If you just give me one moment.
Sure.
Can I call my brother?
Just hold on for 1 minute here, we get everything sorted out.
I like being alone in stressful situations.
That's understandable. Not a lot of space for fun or information.
Am I gonna have to write stuff out?
Uh,
Because I'd rather type it.
yeah, possibly I just brought them in just in case.
You've seen my handwriting.
That's alright. I understand it's a lot easier to type than it is write.
I've worked for doctors' offices for years.
Alright.
So my handwriting went right out the window.
Okay.
Her mom was getting worried. She said
Haven't seen her? You still
Yeah.
found me? Okay. Where's mom at now? Do you
West
know?
Virginia.
Okay.
But I don't know her phone number offhand. It's in my address book on my dresser.
Okay. Is she just visiting down there or is she living down there
she's
now?
visiting down there for the weekend. Somebody's birthday.
Alright.
She brought a lot of presents. She Facebooked that she arrived yesterday, so.
I guess my family down there too, but I'm not real familiar with the area. The only thing I've been out there for is driving through on the
She's
Go to her
already
place.
calling her mom.
they might be handling it. I'm not sure. We'll try to find out for you.
If you need the number, my address book is on a dresser or by my computer. I called my son today, so it's probably on my computer.
Okay.
And it's under J.
I guess when you left for work earlier, she wasn't there. You said that was about 5:30. You left p.m. I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and then I came home. I left work at 1:45 because I needed some Neosporin. But when I got there, and you can ask my bosses and
Yeah,
stuff.
I just write the time down.
Okay. Yeah, around 5:45, I said, I forgot something. I'll be right back. I'm not going to be late. So I rushed home, and then I didn't see it right away because my room is a disaster area. So then I'm like, I don't have time to look for this because I already lost work.
Okay.
So then I came back, and I clocked in at 5:59.
All right. What
She
time do you
wasn't
think?
there then.
What time do you think approximately that you got home?
I left at 5:45. It's about a 6-minute drive. So.
Like 5:50, just right around in there, give or take a couple minutes.
Yeah, because it took me a second to look around. Because I just throw things pell-mell. I don't believe I forgot about that when he asked. Yeah.
How long do you think is there? Just a couple minutes?
Just like a minute. I mean, I like ran in, I
1 or
looked,
2
and I'm like,
minutes max?
crap. And then I grabbed my cigarettes, which I also forgot.
Okay.
I didn't know which was more important, but those are what I saw first.
Well, I never started.
I quit for 4 days.
Yeah.
And then it was like the middle of the night, and Michelle and I were talking.
Okay.
Like Thursday night, Friday morning, I guess you could say. And she goes, well, I'll go in half, buy a pack of cigarettes. I'm like, okay.
All right. Yeah, I'm glad I started for one, just for health reasons, and two, for the cost and things. Every time I
30 years.
happen to look at one, you see the price is going up and up, it looks like.
30 years, they were 99 cents when I started.
Yeah. My parents switched to those e-cigs. They like them a lot.
My nephew said for me to try that. He's only 17, he doesn't even smoke.
Yeah.
Because that's what he's going to get me for my birthday. I said, you're not old enough. I think you have to be 18, right?
Yeah, I imagine so. I think it's some kind of nicotine juice or something put in there. I'm not real familiar with
it's
it.
It's Snoopy. My people at my work gave them to me. Sorry. And you were looking at him, I'm like, yes, it's Snoopy.
It's okay. Does its job. You know what kind of car she drives offhand? I'm not sure.
Michelle doesn't drive.
They might
She
not
doesn't have a car.
Okay.
She borrows mine sometimes. And she borrows her mom's all the time.
What kind of car does mom have?
A blue Cobalt.
Okay. I'm not sure if they have the information or not, Spirit.
A blue Cobalt with heavy tinted windows that she was warned about. But she likes it. She said, forget it. She's not having it removed. Sorry, I told you about the ADD, right?
That's a senior card. My fault, that's your only vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got that, and that's what they gave me because I had bad credit and had to go through a place. And everybody goes, what kind of car did you get? I said, indescript. That's the first word that comes to mind. Indescript.
Get you from point A to point B.
My friends got one at the same place. I had the accent very sharp, but they needed a jump over the winter, and I didn't.
Yeah.
Which hospital was she at?
I'm not sure.
Will they let me see her?
Yeah, they'll probably. I don't see why they wouldn't. I'm not sure what kind of things they have to, procedures they have to go through first.
I'm not family. Not legally. My son is, but I'm not.
Yeah, just spoke to the supervisor out there at the Maple Park address.
Will they let me see her at the hospital?
No.
They're not family.
No, Michelle's dead. Now, they found her in a shed back there. Okay? We need to establish, again, your activity. Not because I think you did this. This is just standard operating procedure. Okay? Before I go any further, Roxanne, did you hurt Michelle?
No.
Okay. Do you know who did hurt Michelle?
No.
Do you know how she became hurt?
No. I haven't seen her since yesterday.
Okay. Does Michelle drive a car?
No.
She doesn't have a car of her own? Does she use her mom's car or anything like that?
But her mom's in West Virginia with the car.
Okay.
7535.
Okay, that's one of the things they asked me to ask you.
1935.
Her mom's gonna be devastated.
711, 708, correction, 707.
mom's car's a blue Cobalt with tinted windows.
I was there all day. When?
I'm not sure. It's the first I've heard about it.
Okay, Michelle does not drive a car. She only drives her mom's car, and mom's in West Virginia. So, yeah, mom's in West Virginia. She does not have a car of her own. She doesn't drive anybody's car. All right. Roxanne, what time did you get home from the ER?
A little after 5.
A little after 5?
Because I got out a little after 4 and I went through the Burger King drive-thru to give them my note.
A note for not showing up to work. Okay. A little bit after 5 is when she got home and nobody was home. And were you home the rest of the evening? Okay. All right? All right, sir. All right, sir. All right, fine.
We need to call her mom.
Well, actually, her mom's the one who initiated the call to us because she was worried that she didn't come home. So she called us, so we went out to the Maple Park. And Michelle
Yeah, we talked earlier, me and her mom.
So Michelle's mom called us. We went out to the house, and that's where we found Michelle. All right. So, and this is another standard police question that we ask everybody. Is there anything that you told me that isn't true? Because right now it's really important.
I even told you the truth about the drugs.
I understand, and I appreciate it, Roxanne. But it's real important now. Everything has to be 100% truth. Okay, because if you don't tell truth, that makes you look bad. You understand?
Yes.
I mean, you watch the shows. You understand where I'm going with this. We don't want you.
The shows aren't real.
No, the shows aren't real, but there are some things that are true about them. It's real important that we only get the truth here. Okay? Is there anything that you told me earlier that isn't true?
No.
Okay. All right. We're going to have you write a statement, and I want from noon yesterday on. Okay? You were at your house. Where is it? 4410 Maple Park. You were who was there in the home with you? I'm paraphrasing you. Only you can tell your statement, but from what you're telling me, you got a phone call about 12:45. Who was that phone call from? Did they call on their cell? Did they call your cell? Just as many details. You can't have too many details. Then what happened? Okay, from what you're telling me is the person was supposed to get a ride from you, but they didn't need a ride.
Right.
So you said you wanted to go to the park. You went to Bruss Park. They're off 91 in Monroe Falls. Did some exercising. If you went in the woods, fine. If you went on the trails, fine. Wherever you went, you're exercising. Okay. Then, after you were done exercising, you told me you went to Barberton to see Kiss. Okay. There isn't anything we can do.
I was also there that morning. Did you want the morning?
Sure. You say you were where at what morning?
I went to Kiss's house in the morning too.
Okay, and then so start back. About what time did you go down to Barberton?
Which time?
How many times did you go? You went 3 yesterday. What times did you go?
Around 1 in the morning. Around
Stand by.
8 in the morning.
Stand by.
And around 1:30.
You went 1:30 in the morning, then what?
1 in the morning, 8 in the morning, and around 1:30.
1 in the
And
morning.
I'm
8 in the
guesstimating the times because
I understand.
it was just around that time because I know I went and got the pack of cigarettes from Michelle and I pitched in on a pack of cigarettes.
Was Michelle using too, or just you?
No, just me.
Okay. Excuse me, I can do this one.
Like 1 a.m.
Around 1 a.m. Around 8-ish in the morning, and then around 1 in the afternoon.
1 p.m. is that today or is that
Yeah, that was
yesterday?
Oh, everything was yesterday.
Okay. 14th, right?
Yes.
Where in Bourbon, roughly?
You get off the 77 exit at Waterloo, and then go down about 6 miles, and it comes into 2 lanes. There's a flashing light past a cemetery, and And then before you hit the next light, there is a 2-story apartment complex.
Okay, is it past the Runner Dairy building or is it before the Runner Dairy?
Pay attention. All I know is that there's a flashing light on Waterloo as you're going towards Worcester.
Worcester and East Avenue, yeah.
And right before the light, there's a 2-story apartment building.
Okay.
All right, I'm trying to get my head back around where we left off. Okay, you said you went to see Kiss 3 times yesterday.
Yeah.
After the 4 o'clock-ish, 3 o'clock-ish, when did you see him?
No, I saw him around 1 a.m. after I got the cigarettes from Michelle.
Yeah.
And me. We split them. So I just got paid. That's why.
I understand.
So I went there then.
And then after your exercise?
Well,
Where did you go?
8-ish in the morning, and then around 1:30.
And then 1:30?
Yeah, I had to have been after 1:30. No, not really, because I didn't exercise that much.
Okay.
So yeah, it was about 1:30
Well, where did you use it after the 8 a.m. visit?
at the house.
At your house on Maple Park? Okay, and where did you use after the 1:30 visit?
Well, she said she was having company, so I went to various parking lots. I went to the back of my old parking lot at 1555, and then next door because they have it's pretty secluded back in
1555.
Mac Drive, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And then next door to that is pretty secluded-ish, so I went there.
Okay. But you didn't go back home after the 1?
No, because I sliced my fingers
Where did you slice your finger at?
at the parking lot, Mac Drive.
That's where you cut yourself?
Yep.
Okay. Did you cut yourself at home at all?
No. Although the dog pulled one of the stitches this morning
In what room?
when I walked at the front room when I was taking her for a walk.
Describe to me where the front room
The front door.
Okay, the room right outside the front door?
Well, it was at the front door.
At the front door?
Yes, at the front door.
Okay, and
Because I'm trying to hold her and open the door, and
what
then
time
she
did that
pulled
happen?
it. Oh gosh, when did I lose her? It was around 7 this morning.
About 7 this morning?
Well, you could check the log for the exact time. It was around 6:30.
What log?
The police log, because I lost her when we were walking, and she ran away, and I couldn't chase her because I'm fat.
So you called the police
So I
department
called
and
the
said...
non-emergency, and I said, who do I call? It's a Rottweiler.
Okay.
I don't want people to get scared.
Sure. It was around 7 this morning?
Yeah, you can get the exact time from
Uh-huh.
maybe 6:30-ish. She kept waking me up barking.
Okay. So there was some blood around the front door?
Yes.
Which hand did you cut?
This one.
Your right hand?
Mm-hmm.
And that's your all 4 fingers? Got
Well, yeah, a little.
cuts? Which ones did the
These
archer-
needed stitches.
Okay. So your ring and your pinky?
Yes.
Ring and pinky on left hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to scrape, and it bounces back because it's like that. And that's
What bounces back?
the can. You flatten it out to scrape it, and then if you accidentally let it go, it bounces back. And I try to put it down like that, and that's when it got me.
And it caught you?
Yes.
All right. So you said there were 3 times. You said 8 a.m. What was the next time?
It was 1 o'clock in the morning-ish, right after I got paid, and then around 8-ish, and then around 1:30-ish.
And the 1:30 was the last time you went and saw it?
Yes.
Okay.
I was out of money then.
How much did you get each time?
About 40, 40, and then 80.
40, 40, and 80?
Yes.
Is that normal for you?
No, usually it's more. Sometimes it's more. I quit for a while, but he calls and hounds me. My ex-boyfriend was a big addict, and so it's not like an everyday thing. It's like a payday maybe thing.
So when you say 40, 40, and 80, is that a standard number of rocks or ounces or grams?
Oh, dollars. He just gives me what he says is 40.
So how much crack is $80 worth?
About that big.
Yeah, is it just one rock or is it multiple?
Yeah, I cut it with my fingernail.
Yeah.
752.
when you go and get this, is it always at the same place at Kiss's house?
He moves around a lot.
So you get a hold of him through a cell, and he tells you where to meet? Okay.
Sometimes he'll deliver, but he broke his leg.
Okay. Did you go with anybody to see Kiss any of these times?
Never.
So it's always by yourself? And did you use with anybody? Or you just used all 3 times yesterday?
It's a personal thing to me.
Okay. My point being, is there any witnesses that can verify your actions yesterday?
As far as I know.
Okay. And what time did you go to the Burger King yesterday?
Right after I left the emergency.
So that was 2-ish, 3-ish?
No, it was after 4.
It was after 4. And then you went home right after that?
Yes, I did.
And did you stay home the rest of the night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Let's start working on the statement. I don't know if you've done...
So now you want me to start at 8, even though the last time I saw her was around 12:45?
Yeah, let's just do the whole day.
Or at 1?
Yeah, because you've got an important story. You've got some addiction problems you're dealing with, and that's an excuse why you weren't at the house for an extended period of time. Again, Roxanne, it's got to be the truth, okay? If you start telling half-truths, that equals a lie.
Okay.
All right? So it's real important. This is a serious matter, that only the truth. Now, if something happened here that you know about, now's the time to get in front of it. In fact, this is the only time you're going to be given the opportunity to get in front of it. If you know something that happened to Michelle, this is the time to do it, because it's when I've given your opportunity to become clean, if there is something to be told. If I give you the opportunity to come clean and you refuse it, that looks bad on you down the road. You understand? I'm not sure if I'm articulating clear enough. If a mistake happens, okay, if you know something that happened that you're trying to cover up, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to try to cover up for somebody. It's a bad idea if you made a mistake and try to cover that up. The only thing that's going to help you now is 100% truth, because the truth's never going to hurt you.
Right.
Okay? And when we're done with this conversation, you are going home. We are not holding you. Okay? You are not under arrest.
I don't.
There aren't any charges.
Don't you need to block it off?
Well, the guys, yeah. Well, the guys out there are going to be working. What I'm saying is, you're not going to be held here at the police department. There are no charges filed against you. In fact, you're free to go at any time. You're here volunteering. You understand that, right? Okay. And if you need a break from our discussions, we can get you to a bathroom, get you to a water fountain.
Give me a cigarette.
Yeah, we can do that. All right. Would you like to do that now?
I mean, I don't mind if somebody escorts me out. I'm not going
You
anywhere.
seem like a nice lady to me, Roxanne. I'm not worried about you running. Okay? Do you need a cigarette right now?
Oh, God, yes.
All right, let's take you out and get you a cigarette, okay?
May I bring my coat? Sure. Or do you want me to?
Sure.
I quit for 4 days.
Yeah.
And so did Michelle.
This time might be a tough time to try to quit.
Then we talked to each other into cheating. Oh.
Got it? Yeah.
I'm not sure where Sergeant Brisner went to. You might get started a statement. They just start from in the morning, like he said.
Should I start from the pack of cigarettes or from the time I left?
Alright. So, investigator, start the statements here. Let's only
Nope.
talk for a few more minutes.
No? You have any questions about what we're looking for? All we're looking for is tell me what happened. Tell me what happened to you yesterday from 8 a.m. this morning.
From 8 a.m. or I thought you wanted me to go back further. The first time I went to Barberton.
Well, when you went to Barberton, was Michelle home?
First time, yes.
She was fine and she was
Yes.
okay?
Because I went to get the pack of cigarettes,
Uh-huh.
and I split them up in the car, and she met me at the door, and I gave her her part, and then I left from there.
Let's start from there.
Okay.
And what time was that?
That was after almost 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll start then.
Okay.
We'll fill all these top blocks here. Just start writing. Basically, if you need more than one, I have extra ones here. Nothing I ask is don't write over top because there are carbon copies and they'll bleed through to the ones below it.
Okay.
Be as detailed as you can. No such thing as too many details. I'm going to give you your privacy so that we're not disrupting you. And we'll check in on you every 5 or 10 minutes or so, all right? And whenever you need a break, you let us know, we'll get you a break. How you doing, Russell?
Okay,
Go ahead.
I missed a spot specific, and I don't know where to write it.
Okay, that's all right. If you want to put a star for it, and then we'll start a new paragraph with a star, and we'll just say insert that.
It's hard for specifics.
What do you mean?
Some specifics in the morning get like times
Okay.
and whatever because
Best
of
guess?
smoking. I did. I put ish and approximate.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot to say. I work at home. I don't go anywhere. I don't have many friends. Well, except for work. And Amanda. I wrote her phone number down.
Who's?
Amanda, because that Friday morning, before I went to Kiss when I said 8 a.m., it was probably around 9 because I went to pick her up and took her to work.
Amanda? Okay, what she do there? She works there, or?
Yes, she works at Allstate.
Okay.
So and I dropped her off and then drove straight down the highway from her to Barberton. So, and I picked her up around 7:30. That's why I said 8, but it takes longer than that to get her to work.
Okay.
So, that was that.
You got everything in there that you can think of?
I hope so.
All right.
I reread it.
Let's get an
I made it
independent set of
legible.
eyes on it. So let's have Officer Reedy take a look at it, see if it makes sense to him. Does it surprise you that Michelle was hurt?
Yes, it does.
I mean, could you see this coming, something like this?
Never.
What type of friends does she hang out with? Does she have enemies?
I've never met her friends. I mean, the one boy that spent the night a couple times, I don't remember his name.
Mm-hmm. Was this the police officer?
No, he wasn't. And then there was one before him in a wife beater that she made a roast for.
How long ago was that?
2 weeks. She was flighty.
What do you mean?
She changed boyfriends.
Yeah. Did she get in fights with them?
I never heard any fights, no. I heard laughter a lot. So, but usually.
How did she break up with these guys?
I have no idea.
And you didn't talk about it?
No. We didn't have that kind of relationship.
How'd you guys meet?
She's my son's cousin. I've got pictures of them when they're babies.
Okay, but she's not a relative of yours?
No.
Okay.
No, my son's father is Diana's cousin.
Okay. So through marriage?
Yes. So, and when they played together when they were babies a little bit, I'd go visit her and stuff. And we kept in touch on and off through my next husband. And not frequently, but we'd find each other. And then last year when she came back up from Florida after her divorce, she got this nice place in Stowe. And I was living in the hood, and it wasn't a good area. It was getting worse by the minute because there was a rooming house upstairs. So she said, because she was, kind of in between jobs, she said, "Why don't you be my roommate? You're clean enough," because she has OCD. And so I moved in with her September of last year.
2013?
Yes.
Okay. And that was at MAC, in the MAC?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, granted, a few weeks ago, she asked me to move out, but I was going to anyway because of the lack of privacy. And my room is like the doggy and smoking highway because you have to go through my room to the laundry room to the garage, and that's where we smoked. And that's where they put the dog out. And it was all the time, constantly. So it wasn't that fair of an arrangement to me because I was paying half the rent.
Sure.
So I was already looking into places to move in Topher. And I was straight with her about getting back into my problem. I mean, I'd pay her rent, sometimes it was late. Then I told her that I did it again.
Meaning?
The drugs thing.
Okay.
I was open with her. And she says, well, I don't want it in my house. And I'm like, I understand that. I do. But March was already paid for. This was, I guess, the end of February. And, I told my son, I said, well, that's a relief because I wanted to leave early anyway. And I was getting a 401k loan to do that.
Okay.
And to put down payment on my cruise.
You went on a cruise?
Every other year.
Where'd you go?
Bahamas.
Okay. Who are you going?
This time my son and his girlfriend, even though they're unemployed. Lazy. But he's my son.
When's the last time you were out at the shed?
I don't go to the shed. I've never been to the
Do
shed.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, as soon as you open the door, there's off to the right.
Mm-hmm. So you have never been in the shed?
I've never been in the backyard.
Okay. Who goes in the shed? Have you ever seen anybody in the shed? You seen Michelle or her mom or?
Well, they had to have.
But have you ever seen them back there?
Because she told me she put stuff out there.
Like what?
Diana. The dog pen?
Okay.
Big dog pen.
Okay.
It wasn't there anymore in the garage. I'm like, oh, you redecorated. Like I said, she has OCD.
Yeah.
So she moves things around a lot.
Yeah.
And she said she put the dog pen in the shed. And I was assuming that's what she was talking
Who
about.
owns that property?
I don't know who owns it.
So
Phil?
Diana.
Some guy named Phil is who she
Rents.
pays rent to.
Okay.
And usually if I let the dog out, and I do occasionally, I just open the door. I don't even look. I'm like, go. Because I don't do dogs.
Yeah.
I don't
Put
particularly
it on a
care.
leash or does it stay?
It's just,
fenced?
it's fenced in.
So there's no risk.
Yeah, that's what they do. They just open the door and
Okay.
so I just open it. I'm like, go. And if it barks, I let it back in.
Mm-hmm. So you've never been back in the shed. Is there anything that you can tell us to help us here to figure out what happened?
I don't ask her a lot of questions because it's not my business.
What type of person is she? Is she gonna have a lot of
She
secrets?
seems friendly.
She got a lot of secrets? Like a lot of people that would do these type of things?
Not that I'm aware of. I think she talks to her mom pretty good.
Yeah.
I think they have a good relationship talking.
Who's the last guy you saw her with?
I don't know his name.
Describe him.
Dark hair,
How old?
short cut, mid-20s, I would say.
White guy or black guy?
White.
White guy, short, mid-20s.
Short hair.
Short
not
hair.
Short.
Okay.
But I don't see them often
Uh-huh.
because, I only go upstairs to eat and to shower.
Uh-huh.
So, sorry, this particular time I was hungry, so I went upstairs and they were at the dining room table eating. So,
And we think this was just a date, or is this a boyfriend?
she said that they were seeing each other.
Okay. What was his name?
I have no idea.
She didn't introduce you?
Yes,
Forgot.
I just don't pay attention.
Okay. Anything stick out about him?
He was polite.
Tattoos.
Not that I see, no.
No tattoos. So he.
The only reason I know is because I was sitting at my desk Facebooking when he left. And my desk, you could see from the door, it's right there. So, and he was like, nice to meet you. And I'm like, you too.
So no arguments then?
No.
Okay. So is he tall, medium, short, height wise?
I would say about my height, so average.
So?
5'9".
How
I'm 5'9".
So,
Well, 5'8.5", I
and
sure.
his build, is he a heavy guy, a skinny guy, or a
No,
medium?
but he had nice pecs.
Yeah, he's a weightlifter, or at least works out.
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
Or has a labor job or something that does that
So he's
because I'm a pecs girl. Even though I kind of felt perverted because he's half my age.
That's all right. He's an adult.
So,
All right. So he's in his mid-20s. He's fairly well built. What about his waist? Does he have a small waist or a big waist?
he was sitting down until he was leaving and then he had a jacket on.
But you think he's pretty fit?
Yes.
Okay.
I've never seen her with anybody not fit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because she likes to stay fit, so usually likes
You just see what kind of car he drives,
No.
that. And that's the last boyfriend you saw her with.
yes,
What about the last person you saw her with?
that was it.
That was him, and how long ago was that?
About a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. So nowhere near.
I know she had more people over. Oh God, when was it? Was it last Thursday? I know it was a work day. And they were really loud. They came in. It was 10:30. I was off that night, so it had to have been. No, I worked last Thursday. Maybe last Tuesday, because I was off Tuesday and Wednesday, and I was off. And it was 10:30, and they came in really loud. And I didn't say nothing at first.
Partying?
Yes, thumping up the stairs loud. Then she came through my room with the dog. I'm like, really? And she goes, I thought you were at work. And that's feasible because I close.
Yeah.
And even though my car was right in the next driveway, I park at the abandoned spot because I don't have a spot.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. But then they were really loud still. And I'm like, hello, can I get to sleep? I don't have a door. So I just put on Yanni to drown them out on the computer.
Let's go back to 1-ish when she got the phone call, or actually you got the phone call that your person doesn't need a ride. Did you say something to the effect of people were coming over?
Yeah, she said that people were coming over. She asked me if I was working.
Uh-huh.
Because she was like that most of the time. Especially during the day.
Did she say who was going to come over? Who do you think was coming over?
I have no idea.
Friends?
It sounded like it.
Okay, so it wasn't, stranger, I don't know this guy's coming over, but it would sound like somebody she knew was coming.
Yeah.
And
She says, I'm having people over, are you working?
what does that normally mean when I'm having people? Is that
They
one or two,
usually
4 or
watch
5?
a movie. Usually 2. I've never seen more than 2.
So 2 people.
Yeah. I've never seen more than 2.
All right.
So,
So I'm having people over, and this was in the afternoon
Yep.
yesterday.
she goes, are you working today? I'm going to have people over, and I don't want to disturb your work, because sometimes I have to make phone calls.
Yeah, for the ambulance company.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, except for that night, she usually was pretty courteous about asking.
Except for what night?
That night, she didn't know I wasn't working.
Okay.
So, and then they usually go to her room.
They usually go to her room and do what?
I don't know.
What do you think they do?
Watch movies?
Okay.
Because I hear laughter.
There's no wrong answers. We're all talking about adults. I don't care what
Okay.
they're doing. It's like,
I
what do
don't
you think's going on?
Well, usually if there's a guy, she's an adult, I don't care.
Right.
So, but, like the time they were partying, they finally got quiet because they went to her room.
When you say partying, what, any illegal drugs?
Not that I'm aware of. I know
Alcohol?
she drinks.
Alcohol?
Yeah, she drinks a lot.
What she drink?
Miller, because she gave me one.
So she likes beer.
She asked me if I wanted some Crown, so I'm assuming that. And
Okay.
I've seen wine in the fridge.
No drugs?
Not that I've seen, no.
You think she's using crack or anything else?
I doubt it.
You would know.
Yeah, that's why I said I doubt it.
You would see the signs. You guys ever talk about your drug habit?
Not to her, no.
Does she know you're using?
Probably.
You didn't
Not
talk
that
about
I would know, but her mom probably would have.
it? You know why you say that?
Because they talk a lot, and when her mom and I were talking in the basement, or the garage, one day Michelle came in and I shut up. And she goes, oh, are you guys talking? And her mom's like, it doesn't matter. So I assumed that she told her.
Okay. I want you to think about where we should be looking, okay? Because we want to figure out what happened here.
I wish I could say I was more, that I wanted to be more involved in her life, but I just didn't care that much about what she was doing. She wasn't my daughter.
Yeah.
She was a roommate that I barely even saw.
Is there anything not covered in the statement that we need covered?
No. Okay, that's sign your name, separate out on the page here.
I'm gonna go give a call to the officers out at the house here and try to figure out what's going on there. I'm assuming that they got everything roped off. You're not gonna have access to it, but I'm gonna find out.
You want that a little bit of clarification, that you knew she's not home because the dog was barking and because of the big muddy mess in the back.
What? Oh, did I put that, straight flush?
Yeah, lost the spot here.
Or did I put a period?
Michelle was not home. I knew because her dog was barking a lot.
Oh, but because of the big mess, I took her for a walk. Did I say that?
Yeah, it says I'm walk by. I wasn't sure if you referred because.
Oh, no, because that morning when,
Okay.
yeah,
wasn't
she
sure
let the
because-
dog out back. And when the dog got back in, it was just a big, ugly mess. And I don't, like I said, I don't do dogs, and I'm not cleaning up after one.
All right.
I shouldn't have to, it's not. That's the way I was thinking.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he's referring to the dog being a mess, or
No.
maybe because of the mess you knew
The
she was
big
at home.
muddy
She
mess
should have
that
cleaned
she
it up if she would have been home.
No, the big muddy mess that if I would have let her out, I would have been yelled at if I didn't clean it up, and it's not my dog.
Okay. Because of the mess.
Right.
From
My
the recent warm weather, it's muddy in the backyard.
Yeah.
You don't let the dog out because the dog's going to get muddy.
Yes.
And, of course, dog food, they're come back and track it all over the house.
And jump.
Yeah.
She's a jumper.
Okay.
And, I mean, my way of thinking, and it might be bad, but I pay half the rent, and I shouldn't. At that point in time, I was thinking I shouldn't have to do this.
Yeah.
But because Diana and I are kind of friends, you know, and her daughter's my son's, they're all cousins,
Okay.
and I get walked on a lot. But that's okay.
Does she work anywhere else currently? I said she recently got hired at 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
You know, she
She
working
used to
anywhere
work at
else?
Applebee's.
Local here in Stowe, or
The one by Walmart.
like around Hudson Drive?
Yeah, no. Is that Hudson Drive?
Yeah, Hudson Drive
Right.
by Walmart.
Graham Road?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They got one.
I don't know all the
Hudson
streets
Drive off Graham, right
memorized
by
in
the highway
September.
overpass there. And the other one's down on Kent Road by the Target and Giant Eagle.
You turned me around twice and I'm lost. That's why I was going to go to Dover. It's small. It's compact. It seems very friendly when I went down. I have never done really small town before. So I figured, I'm a nomad.
Okay.
I move a lot. Even when I was married, not the third marriage, but even when I was married the other 2 times.
Where's you at before? I know you said you used to live in Florida, but where's you at before you came to Stowe? In this general area of Ohio?
Middlebury by Market in Arlington.
Okay, down in Akron.
Oh, that was a nightmare. Not that, I mean, they turned the upstairs into a rooming house where they share a bathroom.
Okay.
And the first guy that lived there, he was awesome, quiet and worked, all that stuff. And then they got this guy that brought into mind paranoid schizophrenia. And that's the first thing that comes across my mind because I work for doctors' offices.
Okay.
But he would talk to people that weren't there. He would spout that he knows a famous person and they're, you know, it was just all over. And I used to joke with my friends, lithium much? You know, the
Okay.
drug for schizophrenics. But
All right. Going back to the work, how long has it been since you worked at Applebee's?
wasn't too long. Not even 2 weeks ago.
I said in the last 2 weeks you quit Applebee's, or
Yeah.
then subsequently got hired
Yes.
out of BPL
Her mom would know more about that.
Okay. I wasn't sure if she had like 2 jobs, maybe she was at one for a few hours.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll start looking at what time she's left at work and things like that. Does she have any good friends that she normally talk to? Anybody you're aware of? Any like a childhood friend that she still maintain any kind of contact with or anything?
Do you have her phone?
I don't hear. They might have it. I don't have it.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you can get things off her phone. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure they can. I just wonder if you have any knowledge of any good friends that she's real close with or anything.
Apparently, the detectives are still out there and they're taking care of their things, but one of them is coming in and she wants to talk to you, so it's just going to be a couple minutes before she gets here.
Okay.
You know, anytime there's an incident of this magnitude, this seriousness, it's going to take some time to process it. So, they have to go over everything.
Yes.
So, you are welcome to stay warm and dry here. Okay, after we're done talking to you, you can stay as long as you need to. And they'll probably let you know when they're clearing the house. It may be an extended time.
I don't think I would like to.
I'd rather you stay here than go down to Barker.
I'm not going to go. But I was going to call my brother
You got somebody local?
or Vicky, the manager at Burger King. We're friendly, although we're not allowed to be friends yet, but we're planning on it after I leave.
They don't want you to be friends with your manager?
No,
Just don't want the workers to get too close to each other.
they don't.
Like management supervisor or
Yeah.
management.
We
Foreman
made
type
plans
thing.
once to go out to drink, but then she got nervous and canceled because,
Doesn't want to risk her job.
yeah, and we
Okay.
can't even be Facebook friends, she said. So,
Really?
yeah. So I said, well, when I leave, we're going to have to. And
Yeah.
so it's like that. And we have each other's phone numbers, and that's about it.
Anything else lined up or still looking? Oh, you said when you leave.
Oh,
Like,
when
anything
I
else
go to
lined
Dover,
up? Okay.
Why are you going to Dover?
because it looked cute.
What is
I move a lot.
So you're just going to move to the city of Dover?
It's a town.
Town.
It's a small town. It's cute. They closed the main street for Arts and Crafts Festival.
Do you have a job lined up?
I can take my job anywhere in Ohio.
Oh, for Burger King?
No,
For,
AMR.
for your ambulance company?
Yes. Anywhere in the state of Ohio. And then they said they'd probably give permission if I talked to them, like if I want to cross the border to West Virginia.
Really?
They hired somebody in Michigan just to see how far things go on the intranet.
Okay.
How big of an area do they service?
From Connecticut to Hawaii.
Is that right?
Nationwide, more or less.
Oh yeah. They lost the SEMA contract and they had to lay off 52 people. But I wasn't one of them because I went to Akron, I did Connecticut.
But there's 50 people local here that
In
nationwide.
they have an office at Canal Place.
Okay.
In that office alone.
All right.
So
They let you work out of your home?
Yes,
That's cool.
because they wanted to save overhead. And they had 2 stories at Canal Place and they wanted to merge it down to 1.
And they just require that you have an internet service?
Yes, I was the pilot program because I used to work at home for another company. They figured I had the discipline.
Okay.
No babies, no distractions.
Right. Right.
And I type 16 books a minute.
You type what?
69 words a minute.
You're kidding me. Whoa. That's
And I
good.
read faster than that.
I have all kinds of misspellings and grammar errors if I try that.
That's big time.
I read faster than that. I read Stephen King's It in less than 8 hours.
That's big time.
Well, I was married to a trucker at the time we were on the road, so.
Did you roll long haul at all nationwide?
He worked for Schneider. Best husband I ever had.
How many have you had?
3. Not for a while. I had an 8-year relationship with Mr. Crackhead that I left Good Man for.
Can't go back on.
I stayed with him because he was my punishment.
Yikes.
That was my dad's favorite saying, you made your bed. Stuff like that.
Learn from their mistakes, though.
Should have left him when he kicked me in the head 4 times.
It's not conducive to a healthy relationship.
I should have left him when he robbed my mom when she was dying of leukemia. But I finally left him when we came back up to Akron. So yeah. Does that hurt?
Yeah. 1 minute.
Dad and Uncle drove truck. He started off just going all over the country, driving people's trucks. He finally bought his own trailer, started hauling people's tractors around, went to upstate New York a lot. But I know when he was first starting out, he was gone for real long periods of time. Depending on how far he had to go.
I like that part. It was like dating in a marriage. Come home every other week. He was a trainer, so we got to come home a lot. I gave him to my best friend.
Yeah.
Well, she comforted him when I left.
Alright. Burger King that you're planning on leaving?
The 27th is my last day.
Okay.
And then I was going to stay with my brother until from the 31st to the 4th and drive into the office. I already made plans. And then that paycheck along with my 401k loan. Well, the 21st pay, I was going to go put a down payment. Well, the application fee, and then they need a $200 apartment holding fee.
Yeah, it's only a bunch of fees when you first start off somewhere. Do you know any kind of like demographics is the word maybe I'm looking for, of Dover, like how many people they
12,000
have?
people.
12,000 people, okay. I think we're about 36, 37,000
Yep,
here and
I was
stuff.
gonna say 1/3 of stuff.
You know how big it is, like square mileage?
No, that part I didn't get to. I mean, I researched a lot online, Google, I drove through it.
Yeah, I think here we're about 17 square miles, 36, 37,000.
Used to spread out pretty bad. You need to take this.
No, I can call him back later. Yeah, I first started off in a little township down in Starter County. I would call it a little township. It's actually 36 square miles. It only had a few thousand people. Basically just big farmland. Cow pastures, chicken farms and stuff.
The reason I left the church area is because we moved way out, 4 miles away from the nearest gas station, 35 miles away from the nearest store. That was just too far.
Yeah.
It was so far into mining, country, we had to get mining insurance in case our house fell in a hole.
I just read something in the paper down in Wadsworth. I guess that happened. Old fan of mine.
See?
Said one of the problems down there, I guess, is that a lot of those mines, they were unmapped, so they didn't know what they were getting into, so they pumped that concrete, make sure everything would fill them up, so they don't no estimate how much they need because they just dug wherever, there's no kind of mapping to say, okay, we'll probably need this much volume.
No, I left it because I'm a social creature, and I worked at home there too, with a child, and had no. So I joined a pool league and met the other guy. Blah, blah, blah.
Pool in like a billiards type?
Mm-hmm. 4th in the state, women's division, West Virginia, 2001.
What was the game? 8 ball, 9 ball?
Ball in hand, 8 ball.
Yeah, I'm the best player by any means, but I always like playing ball in hand. I know most people don't like it. They like playing the crazy rules and stuff. I think they should be a better player. Not if you screw up, you're gonna get penalized for it. Because the other guy can put the ball where he wants it. If he knows what he's doing, he can run out from there.
I used to be good. Has been, I guess. I haven't picked up a cue in years. At this one bar, I was the first woman to win the weekly tournament. That was an accident, but I'll take it.
Yeah. 7-foot table, I assume, being bar league.
It was the regular bar tables. I don't know how long they
Yeah, I think they're usually 7 foot. I know the big professional ones are 9 feet.
Yeah, not 9 feet, 7 feet.
I've played on those a couple times, different halls and stuff. Seems like you're playing on a football field compared to the bar tables.
My vision's not good enough for that. Like, I used to playing blind because I wouldn't wear glasses when I played. But then I discovered the choice of contact lenses.
I couldn't do contact. Even thinking about putting stuff in my eye bothers me.
I've heard that.
You ever play any darts or anything?
No.
Me neither. I did it just for fun. But I know a guy I used to work with. He was real big into the dart league. He'd always spend all kinds of money on the flights, or the official name is for the fins at the end of the darts. He's always talking about all kinds of stuff like that.
Used to be able to throw a knife pretty good. But now I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. My brother took me shooting. That was bad. That was so bad. I should never, ever, ever buy a handgun.
Take out the handgun?
The 38 I did good with, but the Beretta, it was horrifying. I don't even think I even hit the paper. For some reason, I don't know why. It's a gun, but...
That's like a 9mm probably.
Just kicked to it. The rifle I'm better with.
It was a little easier to kind of get the set your shoulder nice, a little more stable.
Yeah.
Plus they call it, I think the official term sight radius, the distance between the two sights. The closer it is together, the harder it is to aim accurately.
Maybe I'm better with the rifle because I was good at pool. Because I'm, looking down the...
Yeah, sighting down the whole length of it. Maybe. A lot of stuff, playing pool and shooting guns, a lot of stuff, diminishing skills. If you don't keep up with it, you kind of lose it a little bit. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like riding a bike. You always have the basics there, but you get built to a certain level, and
The
do
door
it for
was
a while, you
unlocked.
kind of...
The back door was unlocked. Yesterday, the back door was unlocked.
Is that pretty unusual?
They're pretty safety-minded.
Okay. You said the back door on, you said Maple Park, right?
Yes.
Now I'm not sure exactly which unit is your guys'. I know a lot of them are duplexes.
Mine's on the left.
You got garages. Your garage is right next to each other.
Yes.
And then there's a room down here, kind of like a basement area, laundry room. You go up the stairs to the living area. The back door, that's from like the little laundry room out to the backyard.
And that's from the garage to the backyard.
From the garage to the backyard, okay. I'm trying to think if it's been a while since I've been out to one of those places. The door from the garage to the backyard is unlocked, and that's pretty unusual.
Well, I don't hardly touch the door unless I'm doing the dog, and that's about once a week.
As far as you're aware, they're pretty
Safety
consistent about being safe and trying to lock the doors and everything. Okay. And since you don't use that door very much, would you have any idea of how long ago it was that you last seen it where it was locked?
Well, that morning when we were playing with the dog and smoking, maybe that was them. Because, you know, we were playing tug of war with the towel and stuff.
They're calling me. She'll give you in.
All right. Hi.
Hi. Detective Edie Gaffney. I just came to talk to you for a couple minutes. Okay.
I'm gonna take off. If you guys need me, call me back and I'll come right back. This is their statement. We've looked it over, but we think it's pretty complete up to this point. And Roxanne knows that she's not under arrest and that there are no charges filed against her. In fact, she's free to leave anytime she wants, and if she needs a break, all she has to do is say, hey, I need a smoke break, or I need a water break, or a bathroom break. All you have to do is say,
You smoke?
all you have to do is say the word and you get breaks, and you are free to leave anytime you want. Is that right?
Okay.
Okay? This is just a conversation. Okay?
Tell me. What happened?
I'm not really sure what happened yet. Still a lot of things we don't know. A lot of unanswered questions. Just talking to people that know her, and you live with Michelle. So, trying to figure out, last time you saw her, you saw anything, heard anything, if you know anything.
All she did was ask me if I was working because she was going to have people over. And I work at home.
And you work at home?
Yes, from AMR. This is my cruise money. I work at home for American Medical Response.
Okay.
But sometimes on Fridays I just blow it off because as long as I have 40 hours in by Saturday midnight. So she said she was going to have people over. Was I working?
And that was on Friday?
Yes. And I said, no, go ahead. And I made myself scarce.
And that's the last time you saw her? It was Friday afternoon?
Yes.
Did you talk to her?
Around 12:45, 1 o'clock, no. When I got home, probably a little after 5, after I drove through Burger King and gave them my medical reason for not being there. And the dog was barking and she wasn't home. So I knew she was working that night, but I thought it was overnight.
So the dog is yours or Michelle's?
No, it's Michelle's. So it was really kind of annoying me.
So the dog ran away last night?
This morning.
This morning?
Mhm.
Around what time?
Around 6-ish. When I took her for a walk, it was just driving me crazy. I couldn't sleep. So I went up there, knocked on the door. She didn't say nothing, so I opened it, and the dog was there still by itself. So I figured
6 o'clock this morning?
Yes.
The dog's up there barking?
Yes.
Did the dog get away from you
Last night too, yes.
And then how'd you get the dog back?
Oh, the neighbor lady. I was about to call the police like I did this morning, but she brought it right away. So I guess it was at her house.
So 6 a.m. this morning?
I walked it again.
But you went in her room?
Yes.
And the dog's in there, but she's not in there?
Right.
See anything messed up, out of place?
There was a chewed up CD.
Of her dog?
Yeah.
And you cut your hands up? How?
Aluminum can.
Let me see your hands. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have stitches?
Yes. I did. I smoked crack cocaine out of an aluminum can yesterday. And there's residue in the can. And my ex-boyfriend taught me how to cut the can open and scrape it off and put it in a pile and re-smoke it, and then you get a slightly bigger buzz.
Okay.
But when I was scraping it off, I lost my finger on it, it slid off like that, and I went to catch it like that, and it sliced. I told the ER.
Okay, well, honest
So I was at the ER.
Okay. I was out at the scene, around at the house, looking around. I see all kinds of footprints. Can I see what kind of shoes do you have on?
No.
Okay, and those. Okay. I'm going to take a picture only because I was out there. The policeman with the boots are out there, and I need to know what kind of shoes are out there. So, actually, can you pop that shoe up? I'll go take a picture. See, I had to look at my shoes, and everyone has different prints, so.
I walked out in that yard before.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh.
Right there. But I have to be able to say, well, that's Roxanne's, that's mine, because I stepped there. So it's like putting a puzzle together. So, give me a second. I'll take a picture. Need to use a restroom or anything?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Do you? I'll bring it back. So you don't walk the dog normally for her?
No.
I saw your footprints in the front yard. Would they be anywhere else in the yard?
In the front or the back?
I saw them in the front yard. Have you been walking around backyard at all?
Yesterday when Michelle and I were smoking in the garage, she let the dog out.
Mm-hmm.
I had shoes on because I was going to pick up my friend. And she didn't. And the dog was hopping around and playing, so I tried to walk the plank, but, I probably got in the mud trying to get her.
Where?
There's a wooden plank.
Uh-huh.
There's wood by the door.
Back door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just tried to step on that, and I might have went off because my shoe was muddy.
Okay. Do you pay rent to live there?
Yes.
Do you store anything in the garage?
Oh, there's a coffee table and a planter. That's mine.
Okay. Do you store anything in the shed out back?
No.
Nothing back there belongs to you? No. Any property in the backyard that might be yours? Okay. Okay. If I could, I'd like to take a picture of both shoes together, and then I'll give you your shoes back and put on your feet.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I will be back in a second.
Excuse me? May I please call my brother?
Okay, the detective wants to kill Sergeant Brisnick. I should go find him real quick and ask him. That's fine, Sergeant. Could you respond here?
Okay.
You got a number you can call or look it up for you?
No, I know my brother's by heart. I had to take mine for God.
Oh, we're gonna have a seat. I will take it here.
There's mine on the way.
Is that mine? You not mine? Is that mine? No, that's not. Kind of like normally would. Don't touch it. Yeah, that's long distance.
No.
It's just strictly true. Once you're down, something about, you normally look in there and smile.
I had to call my brother.
No, that's fine.
Talk to somebody. I don't.
It probably sounds odd, not in any trouble, okay? But, I need to keep your shoes for just a little while. I'll go get you another pair of shoes, at the house. Only because we have to eliminate prints, known prints. So, I apologize, it's sort of a standard thing we do. You're not in any trouble, but I need to hang on to the shoes. I know, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna keep them forever. Do you have another pair I can go out to the house and grab them for you?
Yeah, but they're slippery.
Well, I'm not gonna keep them forever, just a little bit. It's kind of an important thing.
Sneakers under my dresser, but how am I supposed to go smoke now?
Well,
After talking to my brother, I really would like one.
I'll tell you what, I'll have him walk you out to the sailing port, which is just a big garage. It's inside and you can smoke in the garage. Well, I won't tell him. Wait till he comes back, okay? And I'll, under the dresser, there's another pair of shoes.
Yeah, you'll see they're sticking out.
Where's your bedroom in there?
Mine is the downstairs.
All right, give me a
That
second.
mess is mine.
Okay, I'll have to take the first one.
You want any coffee or that? It's not a cigarette. You got
No
a
more
cigarette lighter
caffeine.
on you, right?
Oh, there's a water. I'll just drink some water.
What's that? I think so.
She said she's gonna go get to the house and get another pair of shoes.
Yeah, she told me she's gonna go back out there for the work, so
A little bit?
that I should probably back to work tomorrow. Yeah, take the call.
Okay.
Got two cans of Diet Coke, one, I'm not sure how old they are.
No. Times like this, I wish I owned a cell phone.
Yeah.
I'm the last dinosaur. My brother goes to bed early. When do you think you can get my shoes?
Brother goes to bed early. Are you going to stay with your brother tonight?
Yes.
Where does he live? Oh, very good. What's wrong? The only thing I have to do now, that I would like to do, I know you cut your hands, you have blood. I was out at the house and I saw blood all over the front door. Blood drops on the ground. I need to.
By the front door, I already told them.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you did. No secrets. I need to make sure that that blood is your blood and not anyone else's blood.
Okay.
And the only way I can do that, we sample it up at the scene, and then we take a mouth swab from you, and we just make sure that that is your blood.
Should I have a lawyer?
Um,
Sorry, TV shows.
I am only asking for consent.
Okay.
I can't force you to do it.
Okay.
I just want to make
Well,
sure.
I know that is, so.
Right.
Okay.
If I really wanted to push the issue, which I don't think I would have to, I could get a search warrant from a judge. But all I want is consent to show that that blood there, any DNA there, is yours. I need to know the difference between Michelle's and yours
Okay.
and Diane's.
Okay.
So it won't hurt at all. I just want to take it looks like a Q-tip, and I just want to rub it on the inside of your cheek. Would that be okay if we do it? So I have consent to just do a mouth swab on you?
Sure.
Okay, very good. Like I said, it's completely painless. I've done this many times. I'm just going to do two, one on each side, that's it. Dentures or anything? No. Okay.
Does that make a difference?
No, I just want to make sure I don't
Oh,
hurt
no.
you at all.
I was just curious, that's why. I'm curious, not sure.
Okay, I'm just going to take this, it's sterile, and I'm going to rub it on the inside of your cheek. I'm going to go back to the house and get you tennis shoes. So at least you can get going, okay? Okay. Officer Reedy. Officer Reedy, oh. I'm gonna go get some tape so I can seal this right in front of you.
Okay.
Do you have any idea who would want to hurt Michelle?
I don't pay that much attention to her life. I've been known for not being too nosy. Curious, yes. Nosy, I don't ask questions about personal business.
Okay.
They kind of don't feel the same, but that's okay. A lot of people don't. A lot of people are nosy by nature.
I just want to show you that I'm sealing this up. Do you have your driver's license on you?
No.
No, okay.
Please don't give me a ticket for that. I was in a hurry.
No, I'm not gonna give you a ticket. Hang on a second. Get something real quick.
Or for the lack of seatbelt, they make me claustrophobic. He saw me drive. Sorry. I was in a car accident once where I would have died had I had my seatbelt on.
That's very rare.
We flipped.
Yeah.
And I was able to throw myself down to the floorboard, and the whole thing was, I would have died.
It does happen. 9 times out of 10, probably even better than that, seatbelt will save you, but it does happen the other way around.
How long will that take to clear me, by the way? I don't know about today's technology, and it will clear me.
Oh, weeks, probably weeks.
That's a long time. Oh, what were you going
You're
to
giving
say? ADD, sorry.
Your given name's Roxanne.
Roxanne.
That's your real name?
Yes.
Spell it for me.
ROXANNE.
Middle initial,
L.
last name,
Buck, like the deer.
B-U-C-K?
Yes, ma'am. The way you're dressed, I keep forgetting you're an officer. I'm sorry.
I usually don't wear a uniform, so I apologize, I'm in
I
jeans, but,
usually don't with my other jobs.
okay.
Pajamas.
The date?
3/15/2014.
Your brother's gonna come here and get you?
No.
Or you're gonna drive to?
My
Her
car is
vehicle's out back.
Okay, okay.
It's only quarter mile.
Okay. I'll go get the shoes.
Okay, I asked him to come down, but he's only got the one child with him now. The other 3 are spending the night somewhere else, so he didn't want to bring her. She's focused.
This is page 1,
Yes.
page 2.
You need me to number and
Just initial here and circle so we know that's page 1.
should I put page 1?
You don't have to, I just need your initials to circle that.
Okay, well, forgot the L.
That's okay. And then if you could print your name
Okay.
above or below. I know my signature's awful.
I used to work for doctors, and they had me write prescriptions and stuff, so
Almost have a doctor's signature.
that's why
Okay.
wasn't quite legal what he asked me to do, but that was Florida.
I'll go get the shoes. Take this.
It's usually where I kick them off. There's a white dresser right next to the entertainment center, and they're usually right under the white dresser. Kind of out of the way, so no, because my room's a super highway. Okay, I'm tripping.
All right.
I'm assuming you guys will need to know where I'll be staying and stuff.
You'll get that from you, where you're gonna be staying, your brother, all his information, and you have a cell phone?
I do not. I'm the last dinosaur.
Really?
I don't like them.
I never had it. I started working here.
Does your brother have a phone?
Two?
What's gonna be the best way to get a hold of you? Just drive over there?
No, his cell phone.
Okay. Well, he's gonna sit down with you and get all that information, so I'm sure we'll have more questions.
Okay.
Okay.
I have another question. Since I work at home, how long does it usually take to clear a house? I don't know how to word that. To make it so you can go back in. Because my work is there.
Right. Right now, I can't tell you for sure.
Okay.
It may be just tonight, it may be a few days, I don't know.
Okay. I just needed to know if I needed to make arrangements to go to the office or.
I'll get you
Oh,
back.
actually, I need clothes for the office. I don't know what to do. I can't lose my. I only have 4 hours of PT left. I sold it.
We'll figure something, he'll get your information, I'll give you my business card, we'll figure something out.
Okay.
We don't want you to have any.
This is the best job I ever had, so.
We'll figure something out here, okay? All right.
What's the brother's name?
My brother's name is Raymond. Raymond.
His middle initial.
A.
His birthday.
Oh, you should know that. Scottish.
Does he have a home phone there?
Yes.
Cell phone?
Sorry, I was picturing the phone.
no problem. Any rush? Am I gonna stay besides his place?
No, I don't have any place else.
All right. Hopefully she can get your stuff and get you out of here. Get you out of here for the night. Holler if you need anything.
Alright.
Let's see if I can find you some flip-flops or something back within our jail, so you get some.
Oh, the jail flops. No, sorry.
Best I can do. All right? Need water or anything?
No, he's asked. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm a size 9.
No shoes available. This is my card. On here I wrote the detective's name that spoke to you, the woman.
Okay.
And that's the number that rings right to her desk.
Okay.
All right? I'll be right back.
Excuse me? May I get more water, please? You need to walk me out.
You never found it. I ain't gonna take off running, pull or anything crazy like that.
I couldn't chase after a Rottweiler, I don't think I could get away from him. Bad knees. High grade chondromalacia and osteoarthritis.
All right.
Ah, crap.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Hi. What you offered me earlier, if it's not earmarked for somebody else, the soda, if you're sure. I didn't bring any money with me, but if it's somebody else's, I don't want it.
This is, we have neighborhood watch meetings once a month. They got a plethora of stuff. I'll try it all.
It's kind of embarrassing. Sorry.
That's no problem.
I'm fat. I know I keep saying that, but I don't. It's not a self-esteem issue. I just say what it is.
Right here, you said the door closed.
Oh, I said I'm fat. I said don't worry, it's not a self-esteem issue. I just say what it is. Because I'm a cute fat.
Okay, done everything? Might still be in there.
No, don't. No sugar.
Let me, remember, because I know you told me and I've already forgotten because I'm old. You had the stitches in your hand, but you let the dog out this morning. Was it a leash or a collar? What broke the cut on your hand open?
Well, I had the leash in my hand,
You had a leash, okay.
but she was pulling, so I turned it to the other hand, and I was opening the door, and she pulled me some more, and I hit the door.
Oh, so a combination of the leash
Everything.
pulled and the door.
Yeah, because I wasn't carrying the leash in my right hand. I had the stitches.
Yeah. Was the injury your right hand or your left hand?
My right.
It's your right hand?
Yes.
Okay. I told you I'm old. All right. I have to get that right, that's all.
Is she back with my shoes?
I don't know yet. I was in another room.
Would you like to smoke again?
What's that?
Would you like to smoke again?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. I don't even smoke this much when I smoked. It's just I don't sit still very well.
That's understandable. I said there was not much to control your phone.
I usually, if I'm still, it's breathing.
Sorry to get your way around.
Is she back yet?
I don't know. I've been working on a camera right now. Hold on a second. Shut this one off here.
Excuse me? Hi, I saw her go by. Does she have my shoes? I don't want to put my brother out more than I have to.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, he's asking if I have my shoes.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hey.
He's asking if she has my shoes because we saw her go by,
Oh.
the detective. So, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
I know,
That means pretty serious stuff.
I know it's serious.
Hang in there.
I'd like to be with my brother right now. This is the only feeling I have, and this is new to me. I don't know how to process. So,
I get it. Try to be patient with us.
you said we were kind of done, and I just wanted my shoes.
Yeah.
Before all these.
Well, it's like standard operating procedure. Roommates, next of kin, boyfriends, girlfriends, they have to talk to everybody that's known to be in that house.
For this long?
Yeah. Sometimes, like if we're investigating a burglary, we'll actually take fingerprints from everybody. Because if they find fingerprints in the house, they have to have elimination prints.
Mine are on file with our county.
So you can understand what I'm saying. These things take time. Try to be patient with us. We're not going to hold you any longer than we have to. It's just one of those things. You got to be patient with us. Do our job.
I know.
all right?
I was just going by what you said earlier, that's all.
I know. Well, a lot of it, I didn't know what, you know, like I said, is they're out there and I'm here. I have no idea what's out there, you know? I mean, at first, it was a serious injury. I didn't even know there was a death. You know, and then later it's like, hey, victim died. Well, you know, that doesn't happen in Stoll a whole lot, you know? Right. I'll do it to you. Roxanne, the detectives are fully aware that you want her shoes. Okay.
But does that mean she has them?
Well, I didn't ask that. I just said, look, Roxanne wants her shoes. And I was told, I know. And I got the look, you know, when to give the look to guys, like, get out.
I haven't been married for a while.
You know what I'm talking about, though. I know that look. And I immediately left the room because I'm experienced with that. So.
Well, I only have one cigarette left.
Hopefully.
But I went 4 days without one, but this is not the type of situation that I...
All right, hang in there.
Oh, you are still here. You are still here. Are you listening? Right in the garage. Huh?
I got a report on time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hold on. I just
No problem.
the garage hand. But it's okay.
There's a cigarette.
Yeah, the last one, like I stopped thinking about it.
We just lock it out with each other with one.
Okay.
Much free time. Oh, no. No, stuff like that. You want to say?
You know anything about my shoes? They said I could go when I get my shoes, but it's been 40 minutes since I've been back in.
No, I didn't get that. I'm not part of it.
Sorry.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I thought you were finishing it.
No, I was one of the clocks here now.
Oh, okay. We had to do that when I worked in the office with the HIPAA thing.
Across the hall. Roxanne?
Yes.
Hey, I'm with Todd. How are you?
Okay.
I need to get pictures of those cuts on your hands.
Okay.
I'll give you new band-aids.
Does she have my shoes? She said she was going to pick me up my sneakers from under the dresser.
Yeah, right now, they want you less in the house. You see, I want to close in the house, so as soon as we get in there, they should be done soon, so. We'll get you a pair of shoes, I promise you, okay?
He said I was free to go at any time. Would I be allowed to go without shoes?
Yeah, we're just gonna, the detectives
As long as
actually.
you know where I'm going?
Yeah, the detectives just talked to her mom, they're gonna come talk to you in a minute, okay? We're wrapping this up, this just takes so much time, I'm sorry.
I know it's devastating,
I said
but I'm
it.
just all alone here.
I know, I'm sorry. Can you spread it out like that for me?
I'm glad you're taking pictures of it because it shows the can circular. So.
It's so sensitive.
And they're not really supposed to be bandaged at this point. I just had it for Burger King because the customers don't like to see that sort of thing.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, just a second. All right, no cuts on the other hand or anything?
No.
The other hand?
Bio-waste. My Burger King scrapes and bumps. Burns. Sorry about the shakes up. I have hypertension. Non-compliant with my medication. But today it seems to be acting up.
Sit there for me, okay? Yeah, like I said, they'll be within just a few minutes, okay? Just try and get some family.
Did Diana come back?
Mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess they're gonna get her right out of here, so just a few more minutes.
Is she gonna come in here with me?
I don't think she ribs. I mean, she's just raw. All right, just a few minutes, all right? Thank you. I just forget it, Brock. I'm sorry. Put your hands out. I just didn't picture you with your hands. It's always that. It's just to show that it's your hands. That sounds silly.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
They could be anybody's hands.
Correct. Look right at me. Thank you. All right, here goes.
Thank you.
All right.
How you doing, Roxanne? I'm Detective Sergeant Duncan. This is Detective Swanson.
Did she bring back my shoes?
Not yet. The shoes that we took from you, we're gonna keep.
Yeah, she said that, but she said she's gonna pick up a pair of sneakers.
Right. We can't get into the house yet, okay? We have ECI coming in to go over the whole house and everything like that, stuff like that. But we want to talk to you and try to get some timelines and stuff down here. But before we do that, we want to read your rights, okay? So you know, we're not violating any rights or doing anything that you don't want us to do. Okay, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. You can have you have the right to talk with an attorney and have your attorney present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed before any questioning, and you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand that? I just need your signature right there. Okay. What was the last time that you saw Michelle alive?
Around 12:45 yesterday.
And that was Thursday or
Friday.
12:45 Friday.
Yes.
And
I know the approximate time because I was supposed to pick my friend up from work, and she called between 12:30 and 12:45 to say she didn't need a ride.
okay. And what was Michelle doing? What were you doing?
We took the dog out, and we were smoking in the garage, and she asked me if I was going to be working because I work at home, because she said she was having people over,
Okay.
and she didn't want to disturb me because I make calls and stuff.
Okay.
And I said, because at Fridays I usually blow off, because as long as I do 40 hours before Saturday night, I can, work whenever I want. So I told her no. And I said I was going to make myself scarce for a few hours so they can do whatever, because they're loud. When she has people over, they're pretty loud.
Who does she have over?
I don't know her friends. I stay downstairs unless I'm cooking or showering.
Um, do you work somewhere else besides Burger King?
Yeah, American Medical Response.
Okay. What do you do for them?
Billing and coding.
And do you do that from home or
Yes.
do you know?
They piloted that program a few years ago.
You have a computer and everything?
Two.
Two?
Personal and work. Because sometimes I watch shows while I'm working. Because I kind of have ADD, and having something going on helps me focus. It's weird.
Okay. So you saw her at 12:45.
Yes.
And when did you leave?
I left about there. I had my shoes on and I was ready to go.
Okay, where did you go?
I went to the park by Monroe Falls. Starts with a B.
Oh, Brust?
Yes.
The one down by the river?
Yes.
Okay.
And I couldn't walk much because it was wet.
Did you walk on the bike trail or?
There's the parking lot where they have the farmer's market. And I walked down to the water, and that was too wet and soggy. So then I walked the parking lot because I was antsy because I was coming down off of a little buzz.
Okay.
So I decided to go and get some more anyway, since I had time.
When was that? That was
It wasn't too long after I got there, so probably around 1:30.
about 1:30. You went and got some more
Yes.
crack?
Barberton, yes.
Is that the same place you got it before?
Yes.
Do you always get from the same place?
He's the only one I know. It was my ex-boyfriend's fella.
So you went to Barberton about 1:30. Alright. How long did that take?
Or to get to Barberton, to his house, it takes about 20 minutes. And then 20 minutes to drive back to Stowe. They didn't want to go to the house because she said she was having people over. So I went to various apartments, parking lots and stuff.
Okay.
Hopped around so it wouldn't look suspicious.
So you came back to Stowe after you bought the crack? Had you already used it or were you getting ready to
I was
use
getting ready to.
it? And where did you use it at?
I lived on Drive, and there was an apartment complex next to it that's pretty secluded-ish, doesn't have a whole lot of traffic, and the apartments are spaced apart. When I was there, I did see one guy, and that's when I pulled out of there. I don't know who he was, probably, so you could ask him.
A police officer?
No, a resident.
Oh, okay. You don't know who it was or?
No, I've never seen him. I'm assuming he lived in that first set, because that's where I was.
Okay. So you left there? Where'd you go after that?
I cut open the can because you can scrape, my ex-boyfriend told me you can scrape the resin out, and that's where I cut my fingers, and then I went to the emergency room.
Okay, so this is before you used the crack?
No, it was after,
Okay.
because I was cutting the can up to get the used residue, and I had another can ready to smoke it, and that's when I cut my fingers, and I arrived at the emergency room probably around 2-ish, 2:30-ish. Time, exact time, so I can just give you estimates.
Okay.
But
And
you
what's
could probably
your
ask
emergency
them. Akron General,
Stowe? The one in Stowe?
like Hudson Stowe by Hudson Road and
Okay, Allen Road. Out by the steakhouse and the Applebee's.
out by Sheets,
Yeah.
and you turn right,
Okay.
Akron General there. And I was there until after 4. And then I went through the drive-thru at Burger King to give them my notice of can't work. And then I went home.
That was
So it was probably around 5 o'clock when I got home.
on Friday, right?
Yes.
So you didn't work Friday night?
No, not at Burger King.
So you went through the drive-thru about?
It was after I left the emergency room. So it was close to 5, I suppose.
And then after there, you went
I went home.
home. So what time did you get home?
It's after 5, so I suppose about 5:30, give or take.
And was Michelle there? Was anybody there?
The dog
Just the dog. Where was the dog at?
in her room.
Is that where the dog normally stays?
Yes.
Michelle's room?
Yes. I know it was in her room because after a 2-hour nap, it kept waking me up. So,
Okay. So Friday night at 5 o'clock, you're home, the dog's there, nobody else is there?
no.
Okay. And
She left the sink full of dishes and I washed them. And if it helps, there was 2 of everything. They should be in the dish tray.
so she had left 2 dishes?
2 plates and
2
such.
plates? And you put them in the dishwasher? Or
No, I washed them myself. Fingers and all.
What'd you do after that?
I took a nap and the dog started barking. So, I know it sounds mean, but I'm not responsible for that dog. I don't do dogs. I'm a cat person.
Right.
So, I didn't want to let her out the back because it was a muddy mess that morning when Michelle and I took her out. It took forever to wash that, but I didn't feel like doing that. So I had my pajamas on, I just threw my coat on and went to take her for a walk.
What time?
I don't know. I took a nap and I was exhausted. So it was last night. You can ask the neighbor, she'll know what time. Because the dog got loose from me and she returned it.
This was Friday night?
Yes.
So Friday night the dog got loose?
Yes.
Is that when she ripped the stitches out?
No, that was this morning.
Okay.
And it wasn't ripped out. It just pulled it enough to bleed, and I was able, because I work for doctors' offices and stuff, I knew that it wasn't pulled or anything, so.
Okay, so Friday night you took the dog for a walk?
Yes, and this morning.
And then you came back Friday night after walking the dog and
Went to sleep.
went to bed?
I went to bed. Because by that time I was up for a while and I was exhausted. And then the dog kept barking most of the night, and I would just holler. And then one time I opened the door and put the gate so she could look out, and that didn't work. She kept barking, and so I didn't sleep much.
Is it unusual for Michelle not to come home in the afternoons?
In the afternoon, she started a new job. She was supposed to work that night. So I don't know if I missed her or what, because when I'm sleeping, that's it. And I'm used to the door opening and closing. I block it out. Because I don't have any privacy in that room.
Right.
So I figured maybe she came home, got ready, and went to work. I didn't know her if she took clothes and went to a friend's. She has people over most of the time. But, I mean, I've seen her spend the night or, pack a bag and go. When I'm at my computer, she has a running bag or whatever.
Saturday morning, this morning.
Yeah,
What
the
time
dog
did you
woke
get
me
up?
up again. It was around 6-ish, 6:30-ish.
6:30.
And that's when I let a little in. She got loose again, because I don't know if you've seen the dog, but it's a Rottweiler,
Yeah.
and I'm not a strong person. So this time I called the police line because I didn't know what to do. I waited to see if the neighbor was home and, found a way like it did last time. So I waited about 10 minutes and then I called because it's a Rottweiler. I didn't know if it was on the dangerous dog list still or not. And I said she got loose and
You called the police though?
yes, the non-emergency line.
Right.
And and I asked her what I should do. And she says there's not much you can do, but I'll take a description of the dog. And I guess it was about 25 minutes later she called and said it was at the neighbor's and I went and got her.
Is that when you tore your stitches
That
out?
was this morning on my way too, but it wasn't torn open. Just enough to bleed a little.
Okay. But that happened at 6:30?
Yes.
Okay. So that's when your hand started bleeding?
A little bit. It wasn't that much.
I mean, was it dripping blood or?
Not that much, no.
No, so there shouldn't have been any?
Maybe a few. I mean, I noticed it was on my hands. I'm like, damn.
Okay.
And there was some on the glass, and I washed that. I thought that's all that.
On
the door glass.
the front door?
Yeah, and I washed that off. I thought that was about it because my roommate has OCD, and I try to clean up. She's very particular.
And while your hand was bleeding, where else did you go?
That's it.
Did you
No, I
bandage it, or what did you do?
Nope, I was in the middle of walking the dog.
So you went,
I only
the
went.
dog got loose?
Yes.
Okay. And when the dog got loose?
I only got to the end of the driveway and turned right, and she got loose, and I'm like, forget it. So I went inside, and that's when I just, did the towel thing and a bandage afterwards and called the police. That's why I said it was about
so
10
you
minutes.
didn't put a towel on your?
A paper towel, yeah.
Paper towel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And called the police?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what'd you do after that?
I laid back down. It's not my dog. I wasn't.
Did you go back outside? Did you go to the garage? Did you go in the laundry room? Did you go
I was
anywhere?
in the garage off and on all day to smoke because that's where we smoke.
Okay.
I probably had a cigarette. More than likely, if I was frustrated, I had a cigarette.
Oh, was your hand still bleeding pretty bad?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't bleeding that bad at all, or I would have went back.
Okay.
Because I worked for doctors long enough to know.
Okay. So after you're at home, you lay back down, maybe smoked in the garage, police department calls and tells you where the dog is
Yes.
at? And you went and got the dog?
Yes. I didn't know how far away it was. I felt stupid because I got in my car to look for the house. But it was only because we're at 44, and when she said, oh God, I forget what she said, 4390 something, I thought it was down a ways. So I took the car, but when I turned around, I saw the guy waving with the dog. So, and then I walked the dog home, and then went back and got my car.
Okay.
And then I clocked in at 8:17.
How come you walked the dog?
Because I didn't want to clean up the mud.
Oh, you don't want to clean up the mud in the house?
Right.
Don't they normally just let the dog out of the bag?
Exactly. I've been on a walking kick because it got nicer. I walk every spring. And I felt it was a good way to do it and not have to clean up the muddy mess because I wouldn't let her walk in the mud.
Well, if she got loose, she probably ran through the mud anyway, right?
Well, when I got her, her feet were dry. I mean, it was a concrete porch she was sitting on.
Okay. And after that, what happened? What'd you do?
I went to work at 8:17, 8:22. I'd have to look at my time off.
In the morning?
Yes.
At Burger King?
No, AMR.
At AMR?
Well, it was at my home office.
Okay, so you started working at home?
Yes. And then I logged off at 11 something because, like I said, I didn't get much sleep with the dog barking me going up and down the stairs all freaking night long.
Okay, what'd you do after that?
I was watching Hunger Games and working, and I clocked out around 11 something. I only meant to sleep for an hour, but I guess I slept till 3, and then I went back to work. And then I logged off again at 5-something and went to Burger King. Well, I talked to Diana on the phone, and I IM'd her a few times. And I IM'd Michelle saying, hey, your dog is driving me crazy. Where are you?
What's that?
I am Facebook, sorry.
Oh, you Facebooked her? From the computer?
My personal one, yes. I can't get on there on my work computer. I IM'd Diane in the morning and told her, and she goes, well, just let her out, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, because the thing is, you know, I pay half the rent. I shouldn't have to deal with the dog, and that was my way of thinking, except for when I wanted to walk her.
Okay. Do they normally let her out the back door?
They do, yes. But it's not, it was snowy, but not muddy.
Okay.
So it was wet.
Did you go out in the back at all?
Yes.
When?
Yesterday with Michelle, because she was wearing slippers, and the dog was being puppy.
So on Friday?
Yes.
What time was that?
That was around right before noon when she let her out. When we were playing, and when we got back in, we were playing tug of war with her and stuff.
So you and Michelle were out back with the dog?
Well, Michelle didn't go out. She was with the slippers, and I was already dressed to pick up my friend.
Okay.
So I went out there just to grab her by the collar and drag her in, because she kept coming, and then, you know, she'd get to the door, and then she would hop back and do this playful come chase me thing.
Okay, so you're out in the backyard playing with the dog?
Oh, trying to get the dog. I want to get the dog.
Remember what shoes you were wearing?
My work shoes, because they were slip-proof.
Yeah, but what other kind of shoes do you have at the house?
Some gray sneakers, some slippers, sandals that are already packed because I was moving at the end of the month. I had almost everything packed except for what clothes I figured I needed.
Okay, you say you were moving?
Yes.
When were you moving?
The weekend right before the 1st. So I guess, what, the 28th, 29th.
Okay, where were you moving to?
For the first 4 days, I was going to stay with my brother until April 4th when I got my big pay. And then I was moving to Dover.
Okay, how come you were moving?
I've been investigating Dover for a couple of months. And this roommate situation just, it wasn't working out with the lack of privacy and my room, everybody goes through it. And at first she said it was just to do laundry and maybe smoke in the garage. But then they have friends going through to smoke cigarettes in the garage. The dog's going through constant. The dog wasn't part of the plan. But I was already kind of stuck going there.
When did you move in?
Around February 1st or a couple days before they left. I mean, we've been moving stuff in all month because the landlord let us.
Did
But
you sign on with the lease, or, but you just agreed to move in with them to help out with the lease? Or
well,
what?
because I didn't have enough to live on my own yet, I moved in with her in September at Mac Drive. And there I had a room with a door, and it was all nice and stuff. But she took over her son's townhouse. And with Christmas and all, I didn't save much.
Okay. So you guys lived together on Mac,
Yes,
and that was in September?
yes,
Were the three of you living there then?
no. Well, Diane was in Florida, and Michelle was there. And then Diane came back, and Michelle went to Florida.
On Mac?
Yeah, so the three of us never really lived together on Mac.
So was Diane living in Florida?
Diane went to Florida for a couple of weeks to visit someone
Okay.
in September.
And you were living there with Michelle?
Michelle was there until she went to Florida. I can't remember when she moved to Florida.
Michelle moved to Florida?
Yes.
When did she move to Florida?
I don't know the exact dates. Diane would know.
But just while you were living there on Mac Drive?
Right. Michelle wasn't there that long at all.
Okay. So then, you guys all moved into...
Yeah, Michelle came back, and she told me Michelle was coming back and was going to help with the rent and stuff. She even asked me if I wanted the bedroom upstairs, and I'm like, oh, just give it to Michelle because she'll be there longer than me. Because this was never supposed to be permanent.
Okay. So why'd they move from Mac Drive?
She liked her son's townhouse better.
Did they ask you to move out?
Yes.
Why?
She knew about the drug thing about a month ago. I told her, because I owed her $110 and I wasn't going to lie to her. Then I talked to my son, and my son's like, come clean with her. Maybe, she can help you out. So I did, and she was fine with that. And then I broke down about just $40 worth because I didn't have enough to pay some of the other bills that I had. So I told her I did $40 worth, I'm sorry. And she says, well, I don't want this in my house. And I'm like, that was fine because I was already looking to move to Dover. I've been already doing that. And my son knew that I was going to leave anyway. So I'm like, that's fine. I didn't argue with her or anything because I didn't want to stay there. And this just gave me more of an incentive to push getting out.
Okay. When did she ask you to move out?
About 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it was a Burger King pay. It wasn't a big pay. Yeah, it was the end of February because she says you already paid for March. So yeah.
Did that cause any heart problems?
Not at all.
You guys?
In fact, we were still friendly. We still shared meals sometimes. Smoked together in the garage. I mean, it just wasn't working out for either of us. And we're, adults to know that it is what it is, and that's it.
How many times did you use crack?
Let me see, I went without for 3 years. And then Kiss called me out of the blue and asked me out and all that stuff. I'm like, no. And then last year, a little bit, it was stressful with living with someone with OCD is kind of stressful. So I did some in October. And then right after Christmas. So it wasn't an all the time thing.
How about Saturday?
Never on Saturday.
Well, this past Saturday?
No.
Oh, was it Friday?
Always Fridays.
Why Friday?
It's payday.
Payday? Now, how much did you do Friday?
40, then 80.
Now, how much is that?
160.
No.
Oh.
How much crack is it?
Oh,
And how long
not a
does it
whole
get you
lot.
high?
40 takes about an hour and a half to do. It's not like a constant, one after another thing.
When did you do the other 40? How about the first 40? What time did you do that?
Around 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 a.m.?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have the crack at home?
Yes, I did it in the bathroom with the window open.
Okay. So that was Friday?
Yes, and the second time was after I took my friend to work, and I figured I was on the highway, I'll just keep going down to Barberton. So that was around, she had to be to work at 8:30. I picked her up around 7:45-ish.
Friday morning?
Yes.
I thought you said your friend called and said she didn't.
Need a ride home. That was at 12 something. She only worked half a day, she's in training. But I gave her a ride to work. I put the phone
Who
number
was
on
your friend you gave a ride to?
Amanda.
Where'd you give her a ride to?
Boston Mills Road, Allstate.
Friday morning about 8.
Yes. And on the way home, I figured, I'm on the highway, I'll just keep going to Barberton.
And then, what time did you do the 80?
That was right after 1 o'clock, after I left.
So that
And I
was,
left around 12:30, so it was about 1 p.m.
What happens to you when you smoke the crack?
I get, like, some people think cocaine makes you hyper, but it makes me mellowish. Almost like when people smoke weed.
Okay.
Diana's talked to me a couple times while I was on it. She'd tell you I'm just zoned and mellow and just talking.
Doesn't make you angry or anything like that? You know,
I've never stolen for it. I've never sold myself for it. I've never done anything for it except for spend my money. I've never been violent in my life. Self-defense, 2003, boyfriend, bad relationship. Those were dropped because of self-defense.
Right, so you kind of spoke about your criminal history. Was that the only thing you've ever had? Was just the...
I had a DUI in 2003 from my father's lake. My boyfriend and he was violent to me in West Virginia, so when we moved to Florida, I fought back, but Florida believes in arrest first and ask questions later. But like I said, those were dropped. I did violate my probation from the DUI for driving, and that was it.
What about, like, family medical history? Any issues in the family with anything? Nothing?
Well, cancer,
Okay.
cirrhosis of the liver.
Any mental health issues or anything like that?
No.
Okay. You have any family lives around here?
Yes.
Who's that?
My brother lives on Bryn Mawr.
Okay. Anybody else? Just
No, my son moved to New York.
You spoke in the beginning about this can thing. Can you explain to me what you do with this can?
Take an empty can, and you press down the middle with the hole on the bottom.
What kind of can? I'm sorry.
Oh, a 12-ounce can.
Like pop can?
Yes.
Okay.
You poke holes in the top, then you poke a hole towards the end, and then you put ashes on there, and then you put that on the ashes.
Okay. Did they tell you what happened to Michelle?
No. They said it was violent.
Okay. Did they tell you what state she's in right now or anything?
They said she was dead.
Okay. How does that make you feel?
I feel bad. I mean, I like Michelle. She and my son were babies together. They told me, I was kind of in shock. But even like when my dad died and stuff, I don't cry. And Diane, we've been friends for 20 years.
Alright. How did you do your hand again? I'm sorry. I didn't let you finish. How you injured your
When
hand?
you smoke, there's resin that's in the bottom in the can, and my ex-boyfriend taught me this. And you cut open both ends, and then you cut down the middle, and you scrape it off like that. And when you do that, you have to hold it flat because the curve here. So I didn't, and this finger let loose, and I went to grab it so it wouldn't puff up everything, and that's when that got cut.
What kind of can was it?
A&W cream soda.
Is that something you drink?
No, Diane does.
Okay. What you cut the can with?
I have a razor knife in my car.
I'm gonna cut those fingers then.
Yes.
It was deep enough that you went to the hospital?
I didn't think it would at first, but yeah.
It didn't bother you, or at that time that you just got done smoking some crack and now you're gonna go to the hospital, you don't get nervous about that?
I lied to them.
Okay.
I told them I was walking down the stairs with my lunch and had a knife here and a dinner plate here, and that I fell and grabbed the railing. But they looked at me funny because it's not cut like that. It's more like circular can.
So, you're saying, like, show me how it's cut on your finger. What's supposed to shape? Like, if you draw a finger.
I took pictures.
Did that? My finger. Show me on this being your pinky and your next finger.
This one's here.
Okay.
And this one's here.
Did you get stitches or anything?
Yes.
What do you think's going on in the house right now? What do you
I
have any-
suppose they're processing it like they do on TV.
Okay. You understand that when that's done, that, I'll be honest with you, the agency it's coming is BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. Okay. We use them because they're very thorough, okay? They're gonna collect everything that's there. We're gonna do a search warrant in the house, we're gonna collect everything in there, we're gonna, so all that stuff gets collected, it gets processed, and we do the cop thing like you see on TV. It doesn't happen as quick as it happens on TV, but it does happen, and then we got 20 officers working on this right now, okay? It's kind of ironic that you have cuts on your finger,
I
you know what I mean?
I know how it looks.
I'll be honest with you, it's hard for me to understand how you're going to cut your hand and you just got done smoking crack and you're going to drive to a hospital where they probably got to do blood tests maybe,
No.
That kind
I
of
knew
stuff.
they wouldn't.
Okay.
I've had stitches before.
I've never met you. I've never met Michelle. What size of woman is she?
I liked her. She's funny. Mostly courteous, unless she's been drinking. I liked her well, and I didn't know her that much. I knew her as a baby, and then I knew her now. There's like 20 years in between. But I liked her. She wasn't very judgmental either, because I know she knew. I know her mom must have talked to her about things, but she never said nothing.
What, her appearance? Was she a larger woman, skinny woman? I don't know what she looks
Michelle's petite,
like. Okay.
like her mom.
Okay.
A little thicker than her mom. She took care of herself. She liked to run. She talked about being a cop one day. She got through school. So.
Did she ever use drugs?
Not that I'm aware of. But I kept to myself down here. I just went upstairs to cook and shower. And sometimes they'd invite me to dinner.
You made a statement that living with someone with OCD is difficult.
It is. But just annoyingly so. Like wiping the sink after doing dishes with a paper towel, or at Mac Drive we had to use a pitcher to, do the water. And were you at that house?
No, I was not.
I'm a slob. So.
They ever cause you problems between
No.
you and?
In fact, it taught me a little. I mean, I think I'm a little cleaner than I was. Doing more, because I lived by myself for so long, I didn't have to answer to anybody. So.
Well, like I said, I kind of walked in the middle of this. I was actually tied up on something else, and I come here just to help out. So, I kind of just give from just talking to officers and passing what I need to know, because they're all doing their thing, and sitting here and listening to you. So I'm kind of, if I can, an outside, I'm a police officer, I'm an outside agency looking here, outside person doesn't know never been in a house, never met any of you guys, none of this stuff.
Fresh pair of eyes.
You got it. but I've been a cop 24 years. Okay, so I've done this a long time. What I don't understand is you were home. She passed away at your home, but you're pretty much home the whole time.
Yes.
You have a cut on your hand. You were using drugs.
Yes.
She's a small woman. You're
She's
a larger
a strong woman.
Sure.
I've seen her move.
You see the difficulty that's coming from my eyes?
I do. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I was very forthcoming. So, I don't know.
Once again, how do I? You were home. I mean, obviously, the coroner, BCI, they're going to be able to pinpoint exactly when her body, when she basically took her last breath, how long she's deceased, how long she's been laying there. We're going to be able to tell. Obviously, it's not going to be right away, but we're going to be able to tell that. I've done this. I know what happens. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to know what's in her body, what she was taking, all that kind of stuff. We're going to talk to neighbors. We're going to do all that kind of stuff. Once again, if I look past all that stuff, it just amazes me that she was alive on Friday, sometimes 12:45ish, I think was the last time, until late this afternoon. And you pretty much were home that whole time.
On and on, yeah. Well, today, most of the time.
Right. So, it's kind of hard to, how does she get put there? How does, I mean.
I don't know. There was nothing inside the house that said anything. I don't know.
Is there blood inside the house?
Not that I see.
When you come home from the hospital, you said you did the dishes because it was a mess.
Yeah.
So you cut your fingers
Mm-hmm.
and you do dishes.
I went to Burger King too and did dishes today.
Okay. Do you put a glove on or how? Or you
Just the bandage. They said it was okay to get wet.
okay. How are you feeling right now? What's going on inside you?
I'm tired.
I'm sure.
I'm confused.
What are you confused about? Are you scared?
No, I'm not scared.
Okay.
Frustrated a little because he said I could go home and that was 4 hours. I'd like to be with my brother because I feel alone.
Sure.
So that confuses me that she said she was going to get my shoes and I never got them. And I know that all sounds selfish. I know it does. But my brain just feels like shutting down because it doesn't know what to think.
But you understand there?
I know that. I know. I do. I understand. It just doesn't make it any better here.
Did you harm Roxanne? Or Michelle?
No, I did not.
You didn't harm her.
No.
Who did?
I don't know.
I mean, you paint a picture of a woman who seems to be pretty nice. She wanted to be a police officer. Now, granted,
Yeah.
I don't know who she ran with, but her mom, from what I'm being told, paints a pretty good picture of her.
And she partied some, but I don't think overly excessive for 21.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So once again, you have these cuts on your hand. You have an issue with her dog. You don't like her because of the OCD stuff.
Yeah, but none of that is worth nothing. It's just petty complaints.
Okay. Sometimes it paints a bigger picture, though.
I mean, I deal with those frustrations by calling my son and my brother, Amanda, Facebook.
Why'd you start using drugs again? You said you were kind of clean there for a while. What?
It was just stress. My son was gone. He was in New York over the holidays. It was a little depressing. So I just did.
Well, what made you decide to use Friday? What was the catalyst? What was the trigger?
There was really no trigger. I knew that next week's pay wasn't going to go towards any partying or anything because I was going to pay off my 401k loan so I can recycle it and move. So I figured I just got a little teeny pay. I might as well. I was up. There was no trigger.
And you always had to use your own money to buy drugs.
Yes.
And your drug of choice is correct.
Yeah. I know I was told by Diane and my son to pick another drug of choice. They said, shoot, smoke pot. But
When's the last time you went out in the backyard?
yesterday, to get the dog.
So I'm talking maybe Friday? And what time was that about again?
That was around noonish when Michelle, I was still in the bathroom, and I heard Michelle and the dog. I'm like, well, I'm going to come out of the bathroom, so I shouldn't think I'm doing nothing, because that's where I hide, and Diane knows that. So I'm just talking to her, and she had her slippers on, and the dog is doing its romp thing, and usually she goes out there, but I already had my shoes on. So I just went, grabbed her by the collar, pulled her in. We played tug of war with a towel. Michelle cleaned her up. We smoked a cigarette.
Well, Roxanne, you know what? I've interviewed probably hundreds of people, okay, in my career. And there is a dead woman in your backyard.
I know.
That somebody used to live with you, and you act like it's nothing.
I am not acting like that. And
You
if
show me
it
zero
seems that
emotion.
way, I'm not good at that. I never have been. Like, I didn't even cry at my father's funeral or my mom's. I don't know how to process it yet. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. There's no timeline on this. I don't know what to think. And I've been here for 6 hours
Sure.
with only sporadic sleep on and off. I don't know what to think. I've never dealt with this type of thing before. So, I mean, if I could cry on a dime, I would. I can't do that. I don't know what to do.
Well, it's not normal. I mean, most people would be pretty emotional, I would think. Most people. We're all different. But, you know, I be honest with you, I don't think you're being truthful with me. I think you know a little bit more than what you want to tell me. And I don't understand why. I really don't. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes.
I make a lot of mistakes.
Sure, and so do
I don't make that kind of mistake. I am not a violent person, and I understand why you're looking at me that way, and why you think that. I know that. I understand coming from you. But you don't know me.
Correct. But that's why I look at facts. I look at what's already, you know, you have a cut on your hand, you know, you're home when if I get my next paycheck that when she took her last breath, you were there.
No. They said she died violently. I would have heard something like that.
Okay. Well, if you last saw her yesterday, and she was found this afternoon, and you pretty much were home the whole time, minus the dog issues, you understand where I'm going?
And the ER hours and stuff. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, a lot of my time is spent. I am telling you the truth.
Did you get the cut on your hands from a knife or
No, from a can.
Because the doctors will be able to tell us that.
They will tell you I got it, that I said I got it from a knife.
No, they can tell what cuts are from.
Okay.
Whether they're from a can or from a knife or from a razor or, you know, anytime you go into the hospital for stitches or something like that, they ask you how it happens, okay? And then they can tell from their professional opinion what it looks like how it happens.
Then ask them.
Okay. Well, we will be doing that,
Okay.
Part of the other problem is, you know, you said you weren't in the garage other than smoke, but your footprint, or part of your footprint, is in some of the blood that's in the garage.
Okay.
So how did that get there? And Why would there be blood in the garage if you were bleeding in the garage?
I don't know.
So there was blood
I
in the
didn't
garage when you were
see
in the
any
garage.
blood. I don't usually wear these contact lenses. I wear glasses that are 3 years old when I'm at home. I don't know.
And these are all questions that come up to us, okay? Mainly, you're home almost the whole time, other than a couple hours here and there.
I'm always home. Except for a couple hours here and there.
And you're telling us you're buying crack, okay? Is there somebody else we should be looking at?
No.
Is there someone that came to the house, maybe brought your
I don't
crack
have
to you?
people, no.
Did Michelle catch you doing crack in the bathroom? Maybe there was some words said or
No.
something.
She wouldn't have said nothing anyway. She's not that kind. She would have just told her mom.
Do you believe we could help you if you made a mistake?
If I made a mistake, yes. I mean, if you want to help me with the drug thing, but I didn't make any other mistakes.
I mean, your answer to, when you interview people, it's a lot of what people say in their actions, okay? You pick up on it. I mean, you're a grown woman, you know that if he's talking to children, you could sometimes, I know he's lying, just tell by the way he looked. And when I started to ask you a question about your footprint, and your shoe was in the blood, your immediate answer was your contacts. We were 3-year-old contacts. I've had contacts and I'm in 4th grade. I've never had an issue where I couldn't see enough to wear.
That's because I'm getting frustrated.
Well,
Because
it's just an answer to a question.
but I've been here so long when I was told I said everything I know to say. Everything I've done. I told you the truth.
So your answer to your footprint being in some blood is because your contacts.
He asked me how I didn't know.
Okay.
That's how I didn't know.
You didn't see
I
blood on the
didn't
ground
see.
because your contacts.
I didn't see blood on the ground. Probably because of my contacts. I'm not paying attention. I don't pay attention to something I do 1,000 times a day. So yes, now I'm getting a little defensive because put yourself in my shoes.
Well, I do. I sit here, I think, if I'm sitting there, what do I want this officer to say to me? And that's how I come up with questions, okay? You know, people think all police officers want to do is arrest people. We actually want to help people. There are points along the road where we can help people. And right now, you're at that point.
I did not do this.
You didn't do what?
Hurt her.
Okay? But you can't point us in any direction who we should even look at.
I don't mind their business.
Well, you live in their house.
I know, I
You
live
gotta hear what
downstairs.
goes on. We've been in those apartments. I mean, there isn't much space between the walls that you don't hear
When I'm
what's
working, I
going
put
on.
headphones on with my computer so I don't disturb them.
Yeah, but I'm saying when they have people over upstairs and you're sitting downstairs, I'm sure you can hear what they're talking about, who's over, if it's a male, if it's a female, or what's going on. Those apartments aren't built that well.
Yes, but I don't know who they are. I've heard of people there. Just, I think it was last Tuesday. She had a male and a female over. Because I asked them to keep it down because I was off. She didn't know I was off. Until she brought the dog through, and then she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were home because I work at night. But the only time she introduces me is if I go up to cook something and they're there. I don't remember their names.
How much did you bleed? Because I wrote here in my notes. Just
Not that much.
And where did you bleed at?
Right by the front door when I was taking the dog out.
Inside the front door or outside the front door?
Probably both.
Okay.
because I was opening the door.
That's the door that faces Maple Park?
Yes.
Okay. And you say not very much. Did you look down to see how much you had bled?
No, but when I came back in, I saw a drop on the concrete and a drop by the door, and there was a little smear on the glass.
Alright. Did you wipe those up or anything?
The glass one I did. The others, I figured the concrete, maybe the rain will wash it.
Was there any on the inside? I'm sorry, the inside floor?
The metal piece right there, I did wipe that up a little too. When I did the glass, I seen that and I went like that. I'm like, well, that's good enough. Because I'm a slob by nature, I told you that.
And that was from your finger, from what the dog did?
I had the dog leash in this hand because I couldn't hold it in this hand.
Sure.
And I'm trying to wrangle her and she's all over the place and jumping and I'm trying to get the door open and I probably hit it on that thing, the door handle or whatever. And I'm pushing the glass open. I'm like, come on, dog. And I'm wrestling with the dog. So.
Does the dog, I know you, obviously you don't care for the dog.
Well, but I wasn't going to let it starve or go to the bathroom in the house either.
Okay.
I mean, it's an okay dog.
Does it bark a lot?
Only when Michelle's home.
Okay. Does it bark if people come to the door and stuff?
No, not that bad.
No, not that bad, or what's that mean?
To where our neighbor's going to knock on the door and complain. In fact, I think the neighbors next door are Michelle's friends, and they have a dog also. So they're pretty understanding, I guess.
Are they home during the day, these neighbors?
I hear them on and off. I hear the car come in and out when I'm in the garage.
What are you going to do when you leave here?
Go to my brother's.
On Bremar?
Hopefully I told him I was coming. I thought it was hours ago. He's probably in bed. But if you guys will let me use the phone, I'll let him know how things feel.
How about relationships? We didn't talk about that. Where are you at with relationships?
Not in 5 years. I don't miss it much.
Okay.
I haven't even had a date. I mean, I had a pseudo date with a POF, plenty of fish. And he was a nice enough guy, but we just moved each other to Facebook friends. Sorry, I'm tired. And that was it. I wanted to find a home first before I found another man. I've been married too many times and the last relationship was just so bad.
You have children?
I have a son in New York.
How old is he?
He'll be 25 this year.
Is there anything you can tell us that can help us with this investigation?
Oh, I can't. There's nothing more I can think of.
Any reason why, when they collect all the evidence, you know, especially off of her body, that there going to be anything from you on her body?
Maybe skin cells from playing tug of war with the dog and from tearing a towel. I don't know how that works. No.
When you saw her Friday was the last time you saw her, right?
Yes.
At 12:45.
Yes.
Do you remember what she was dressed like?
Pajamas and a robe.
Remember what kind?
Of pajamas. She had the robe, but I don't know what the shirt was. The pants were like a pinkish.
So there's not going to be any reason for them to find any of your hair follicles or, you know,
There should be no.
anything, you know, any of her wounds or anything that would be from you. say, those shoes were the only shoes that you had out when you walked the dog in the back, or
Yes.
went out in the back with the dog on Friday.
They were the only shoes I've been wearing all winter.
And you weren't out there Saturday?
I wasn't out there today, no.
All right. Well, part of the problem is we don't have any shoes for you, because we can't get into the apartment to get any shoes for you.
I don't care by now.
But
I'll
if
go
you
with
call
my
your brother,
socks.
maybe he can bring you a pair of new shoes.
He's got his youngest daughter home right now. I already asked him to come see me and whatever.
He was out in the lobby for you. He was.
Oh,
I told him we had to talk to you yet. He said for you to call him
okay.
when we're done.
He can bring a pair. They have, what are they called, jellies?
I don't know.
What, is clogs
I'll have
or?
to ask him.
Okay. Can they call it?
Well, let's make sure we're done here first, okay? Because we have to talk to some of our other people who've been out talking to the neighbors, and talking to other people to make sure that, you know, nothing you said, you know, is gonna be a lie, or maybe they saw you doing this or saw you doing
You're
that.
gonna do all that now?
It'll only take a couple seconds.
Okay. You're gonna wake people up.
We've been doing this all night long,
Okay.
okay? Since we got called out there at 6 o'clock, we've been canvassing the neighborhood.
6
talking to
o'clock?
people. Yes.
Oh wow, I just left like 10 minutes before that, the second time.
So, as you can see our concern and why we're looking at you,
I know.
because you've been home most of the time.
I didn't try to hide any of that either.
So,
I could have hit the truck then. But I didn't know if you were gonna do it like this or not. And it was such a little thing.
if there's anything you want to tell us,
No.
now's the time to do it, because now's the time when we can best help you, okay? Because if the evidence starts piling up, okay, it's going to be a lot more difficult for us to be able to help you. Okay? When someone comes forward on their own, you know, when they've done something that they, you know, whether they intended to do it or whether it was a fit of rage or whether, you know, whatever caused it,
Never had
okay?
a fit of rage in my life.
Without any remorse, okay, there's not a whole lot we can do. But when someone tells us, you know, on their own, without us saying we got this evidence, this evidence, this evidence, this evidence, all this mounting up, it's going to be too late by then. Right now is the time, you know, you want to help yourself.
Do
This is the time we can help you.
You can do what?
I didn't hurt her.
Well, she's dead.
I know.
So what do you, I don't understand. You say you didn't hurt her. She's dead.
I didn't kill her either. I haven't dealt a lot with death. Just my parents, and that was late in life, and that's it. I don't know how to deal. I don't know how to talk about a deceased person. I don't even talk about my parents after years, 10 years. I don't do death that well.
When we start talking to some people around you, well, I'm sure we're going to talk to Diane and some of the neighbors, and we're going to try and dig into your background a little bit.
Dig all you
Talk
want.
to people that know you. Is there anybody that's going to say that you have a violent
Not
past
a
or,
soul.
you know, anything that's going to lead us back to talking to you?
Not a soul.
You know nothing about what happened to Michelle.
No, I don't. I didn't even know whether to be worried this morning because she's 21. But, you know, I contacted her mom anyway.
How did you know she wasn't home this morning?
Because the dog was still barking. I mean, the 6 o'clock one, I figured she was still at work. They said she was starting the next shift at 7. So, feeling she slipped past me. It's been known to happen. I mean, I might live down there, but I'm not. You can ask Diane. I keep to myself. She usually even initiates all conversation. I say, hi, Diane, and she walks in. Do you need some names from my work people?
People you work with at Burger King or
Yeah, or either. Or past ones, or I think you have Amanda's phone number. I don't know their phone number. I don't even remember Burger King's phone number offhand. I don't do so well unless it's repetition.
Who's your manager at Burger King?
Which one? The one I work with the most or the highest one? The highest one is Trish.
Trish, what's Trish's last name?
I have no idea. Then Jillian, and I don't know her last name was so weird I didn't even process it.
How long have you worked there?
September 18th. You know, I was hired on my son's birthday. That's the only reason I remember the exact date.
What about AMR?
Oh, there was more managers. Stephanie, I work with the most.
At AMR?
No, at Burger King, Stephanie and Vicky, I close with them the most. AMR, my new manager is Abby, but she's only been my manager for a week because I was traded. But the one that had me the most was Amy. And her phone number is listed on my name tag on my computer. It's the 990 number, but I don't remember the rest. She works at home too, so you might need that number. I have an address book in the house if you want to look it up.
Where's AMR at?
The office is on 530 South Main Street, Canal Place, Akron, by Spaghetti Warehouse.
So all the time you've been there, you know, you haven't overheard any conversations about people or anything like that, or any arguments or anything up there?
No, I never heard her fight with anybody. Like mostly laughter, drunken silliness sounds. Because I remember from when I used to do it. Because of the new privacy, you just get used to tuning out.
Yeah, but some things you can't tune out when you hear.
Well, if there was a fight or something, I would remember that, yes.
You tell me you've been living there with them since February, and no one's ever raised their voice
Not
or
once.
yelled at one another?
Well, mother-daughter stuff, but that doesn't take long. Usually about a towel towel not being where it's supposed to be or something. It's just,
What about Michelle? Did she ever take any drugs?
I'm aware of.
Did she ever ask you for any drugs? If she knew you took them.
Even this morning, Diane said, "I'm going to get up there and smack some sense back into her like I did in Florida." So I guess she had her wild moments, but I don't know about them. That's just the drift I caught. Because I don't ask questions.
Where'd you live before you moved in with them?
Near Market in Arlington. Amanda now has that apartment. I gave it to them. My friend. Pretty much the only one I have. We got into a little bit into December too because I borrowed money from her and I couldn't pay her back because that was the time I got into that. But I slowed it down. I mean, I paid my rent and all that stuff.
What was that apartment?
It's the whole first floor. Why?
Where was that city?
Akron.
How old's Amanda?
Gosh, 29. 28. I could be off.
You know her date of birth?
I'm sorry, her date of birth? August 5th. Last year we went to the water park for our little birthdays.
And her phone number?
3.
All right, while we're doing our thing, use some time to think.
I'm thinking for 5 hours or so.
Well, I know, but like I said before, if you want us to be able to help you, now's the time that we can help you.
There's nothing to help me with.
Okay. Hi, Roxanne.
No.
We need to take a couple more pictures of your fingers.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I did that already.
Yeah, but I have a special camera so I can get some nice, good shots of them without them being all messed up. Sorry to make you take that back off.
All right, here you go.
Could you put your other hand out for me too? That's okay, you can just set that on the table.
It's bio.
Can you put them closer together for me? And the other side of your hand?
Sorry, I
That's okay.
You're fine. You're fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Can you lift your sleeve up? Any scratches?
No.
Or something like that?
honestly, we've been in here for a little bit. I don't know, honestly, the time. Honestly, BCI's been outside, or out the house processing the scene, okay?
That's who that came in to take the
Yes.
picture.
I saw her shirt.
Yeah, but she's not the only one. There's, a bunch of people out there. I don't know how many, because I'm not out there, but they already determined that the incident took place in your bedroom,
What?
okay? You need to be honest and upfront with me right now. Roxanne, it has to stop right now. The lies have to stop right now.
No.
You have to start talking to me.
No.
It's not about no.
I didn't kill Michelle.
There is cleanup. They found it. They're going over the blue light. They're going to be told where the blood was diluted.
I
It's
didn't
underneath your bed.
do that.
Roxanne, it's in your bedroom.
I wasn't there.
They
I
showed where
didn't
she
do
was
that.
That's what we just sat down and talked to her. It's in your bedroom. You were home. You need to be honest with me right now. It needs to stop.
I
You need
wasn't
to help
home.
yourself.
I did not do this.
They're going to find out. They're going to put everything together.
Didn't do this.
This is the point where you need to help yourself. We can only help you right now.
I did not do this.
How do you explain? It's in your bedroom, Roxanne.
I don't know how to explain it.
And the cut's on your hand.
I know that.
When you do this motion, it's very common. Somebody tries to stab somebody, your hand slips, you cut your fingers. You cut the exact same fingers, which is 99% of the time when there's a stabbing, that's what the kind of wounds you get. Roxanne, you got to be truthful with us right now.
I am being truthful with you. I did not do this.
So what? Somebody snuck in the house, hurt her violently in your bedroom where you were at working.
Not yesterday. It wasn't working.
Roxanne, you got to be truthful with me, and you're not. I can tell. I can tell. I've been doing this job long enough. I can tell.
I didn't do this.
How'd the stuff get there?
I don't know.
You don't know because you don't want to tell me the truth.
No, I don't know.
Roxanne, this is not the way it should be going.
No,
You need to help yourself. You need to be honest with me. I'm telling you.
I think I feel
That's how we're going to end it?
I don't know what to say. I keep telling you the same thing, and it's the truth.
Well, the absolute truth will come out. There's no question. We're done. You're asking for an attorney. I can't question you any further. This was your golden opportunity.
Can I call my brother now?
When we get to it here in a second, yes.
Here's some magic. Put this back on. Just be a few more minutes, okay?
I have a question.
Sure.
Without actually being arrested, how do I get appointed attorney I can't afford? How do I do that? Or do I have to wait in case
You have to
you do?
wait.
Or
You have to wait till you're ready. You can contact the attorney. There's plenty of agencies out there that have attorneys for people who can't afford attorneys. But
I wasn't going to say that about the lawyer thing, but same question over and over. I didn't know what to say. But what's said can't go back in the mouth.
right, and we can't talk to you anymore about it unless you want to talk about it.
I'm done. I'm done for the night. I can't. I know what I'm going through isn't as bad as the situation. I know it has to be done. I'm not stupid. I just never been on this side of anything.
a few more minutes. Roxanne, come on in here. Let you call your brother. Just for that second for now.
Yes.
Can you get them out? We're gonna need them
No.
because we're gonna get a search warrant for your car.
Then get the warrant for the car.
Well, it's on its way. I just figured we could expedite things if we get your car keys. And when your brother gets here, you can go with it.
I'm gonna ask my brother if he thinks that's the right thing to do.
But once we get the search warrant, it's not gonna be a choice.
I know.
Okay? So, you can sit here till, our detective comes back with it. Okay? And then, we'll just wait there this long. We're not gonna search your car without a search warrant. Okay? We need it. So, it's just part of the process.
I'm just so fed up.
Let's take the ignition key. Are these your keys to the apartment? Do you have a cell phone?
No.
Are you gonna be at your brother's house?
You need my keys to the apartment?
No, but we don't want you going back there until we're done.
Okay, because I know I'm gonna need a change of clothes or whatever over here.
Keep these all together. Get you a piece of paper and I'll get your brother's phone number that way. When we're done with everything we need to do at the apartment and stuff, you can go back there. We'll give you a call and let you know, okay?
He's coming right now. Get you.
That's what he's talking.
Close the door for privacy, okay? like I said, as soon as we find out when we're done processing the apartment and everything, okay? If you need to talk to the attorney, there's probably,
Tomorrow's Sunday.
right. But there are agencies out there that will provide free legal services to people that can't afford it, okay? We're not gonna talk to you anymore about this unless you wanna come forward and talk to us, okay? Sometimes, we have to keep drilling, because some things don't add up, okay? And maybe once we get done processing the whole scene, something else will turn up, point it, finger in a different direction, okay? So you really get your launch. Hey, Roxanne, your brother's here.
Don't recycle the can, my Band-Aids right there.
Police conduct luminol tests in Michelle's home and on Roxanne Buck's personal items. Investigators call Buck back to the station to confront her with the findings. She chooses to attend without a lawyer.
When I came here early
really?
Saturday to make sure there was nothing in there. Cigarettes, yeah, lots of them. That's where I was when you called, getting another pack.
All right, Ken, I'm Detective Gaddis.
Hi.
How are you?
Sorry.
That's all right. Not a problem.
Not that I would.
I understand.
They're supposed to come out today, but she didn't have a kid.
Oh, okay.
She's an RN. I would have just taken scissors. I've never paid to get stitches out in my life.
Oh. Okay. We've been here before, but common policy is to have read you your rights again. Just so you know, you're not under arrest right now, but we still want to make sure you know that you have your rights and you can stop talking to us anytime you want to.
You know I didn't get that until 1 o'clock in the morning Saturday, right?
This?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I read it to you.
Yeah,
I said
around
that.
1 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
That was one of those nights where there was so much going on. Unfortunately, you
haven't had a situation like this since 2002.
Right. Okay.
My son likes the internet.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk with an attorney and have your attorney present while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed before any questioning, and you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just sign me right there.
Excuse me if I'm a little shaky, but my brother couldn't find my blood pressure pills when he picked up my things, and
Oh, okay.
I haven't had them for a while. Hypertension.
Were they at the house or?
Who knows? Have you seen my room?
Huh? Yeah.
They were probably in the bathroom, but he was in such a rush.
Well, I was helping him look for some things while we were in there, but I think he pretty much grabbed everything out of the
Yeah, I barely take them anyway. I should, because it spikes to 207 over 107 before.
Okay. I think your sister-in-law volunteered to come.
She did. I told her not to.
Okay.
They don't know about the drug problem,
Okay.
and I would rather she didn't.
Okay.
Because I'm staying at her house with her kids.
Okay, I can understand that. Okay. We're not going to try and be as intimidating as you thought the one officer was the other time, but sometimes, when we think someone's lying to us, we're going to say something. But if you, like I said, you can walk out that door anytime you want. But let's start with a little bit of history, okay? Tell us about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where were you
I grew
born?
up in Florida,
Okay.
mostly. Born in California.
Oh, okay.
Parents moved to Jersey, moved to Florida in 75, 74. Orlando, moved to the beach when I was 16. Cocoa Beach. I would have graduated class of 87, but I quit to help my parents pay the bills, because back in the 80s it was acceptable. Married 3 times.
Okay. I know you have a son.
Yes.
Is he with the first husband, second husband?
He's 24.
No, I mean, which husband did you have?
Oh, my second husband.
Okay.
What's your son's name?
Christopher.
Christopher.
Christopher, if you want all the particulars.
Where does he live at now?
Owenada, New York.
Oh, what's he do there? Is he living with
He's
somebody?
unemployed, but he's staying with his girlfriend and her mother.
Oh, okay.
They were living with me till last year, but I was getting perturbed that she wasn't looking for a job.
Where were they living with you at?
Um,
Oh, okay, before you moved in on Mac?
yes, they left. I drove them to New York in March of last year.
Okay. All right.
Well, even before we get to that, what's the address you're staying now? And that's your brother's place?
Yes.
How long has your brother been around? Did he grow up with you, or?
Yeah, he grew up with me.
Okay.
When I moved with my second husband up to Akron in 91, because my son was 2. They followed because my dad had problems with work, and then he fell in love and stayed.
Oh, okay. So he's been in this area since then?
Yes.
Okay. How long has he been living in Stowe?
First they lived in Cuyahoga Falls, and then they moved to Stowe, and I don't know what year.
Oh, okay. And he's got how many kids?
4.
4 kids. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was 3 or 4. I know he was down.
He had 4 all under the age of 10 at one point.
Oh. And what's his name? First name?
Raymond, Raymond. I guess it's no longer Junior.
And so your maiden name is Stone?
Yes. Roxanne Lee Stone Hadley Nations Buck.
That's a mouthful.
I didn't keep all the names, but in case you need a trail.
My younger sister had that many husbands too.
Haven't been legally married since 01, 02.
Okay. So tell me about your relationship with Diane and Michelle. How did you guys hook up?
Diane is my son's father's cousin. And a long, long time ago. My son's father's cousin.
So Bill.
Yes.
Is Diana's cousin.
Yes. And I met her then, and then I met her again when I got married the 3rd time. She even came to our house in the country once. And I hadn't really seen her for years, but we kept in touch via phone and then by Facebook.
Who's your 3rd husband?
Wesley.
Sounds like he's from the South.
West Virginia. Well,
West Virginia.
his mom was Barberton, but I guess they hail from West Virginia.
Oh, okay. So, did you get married in Ohio, or?
Wesley, yes.
Okay.
Built in, was it Cocoa, Florida, technically
Florida.
speaking? And Jack, Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Okay. So you've been living quite a few different places and stuff. Okay.
My father was a nomad as well.
Well, I mean, it's pretty common nowadays for people just to move and wherever the work is, with whatever's going on in their life. It's a lot easier to pick up and just go nowadays.
I did move back to Florida in 03, and then I just moved back up here in 08.
And when did you, how did you hook up with Diana again?
She came back from Florida. She divorced. All this I knew on the phone. I hadn't even seen her in years by that time. And then she was staying with someone and it wasn't working out. She said she got an apartment, but she lost her job with an accident. She was driving a wheelchair ambulance or something. And she knew that I was in a bad neighborhood and she says, why don't you just move in with me and share half the rent? She says she's probably going to Florida for a few weeks anyway to visit with her ex-husband. So I did on Mac Drive. Mac Drive.
And that was in
September, around September 15th perhaps, because I was waiting for that one payday.
Who was going to Florida this year?
Diane was going to Florida for a few weeks to be with her ex-husband to see if she wanted to stay down there with him.
Oh. What's Diana's ex-husband's name?
I have no idea.
Is that Michelle's dad?
No.
Now, who was living on Mac Drive when she went to Florida? You and just you and Michelle, or?
Yeah, Michelle stayed for a few days,
Uh-huh.
for a few weeks. Gosh, it's hard to remember because I stay, and even there, I had a door, and I stayed in my room.
Okay.
And it's hard to remember the dates because I don't keep track of all that if it has nothing major to do with me. I'm one of the big believers in minding my own business. I'm a loner mostly, except for family. And Amanda. Even Diane, I hardly came out and said hi to her. I didn't even use the living room but twice the whole time I was there.
Your brother and your sister-in-law brought up some things about, some of the abusive relationships you were in before.
My first husband and my last boyfriend.
Okay. Physical or
Yes.
emotional or?
I was kicked in November 21st, 2001. The only reason I remember the date is because it was traumatic. I was kicked in the head 4 times, had a busted eardrum, hemorrhaged eye. This pinky was broken, which is probably why it's hurt because of the stitches. That's why it's hurt more than it was. Yeah, I stayed with him.
And who, that was your first
That was-
husband?
No, this was the last relationship I was in. It was an
Okay.
8-year live-in relationship.
Who was that?
James.
Now, where did that happen?
West Virginia?
Okay. And did anything happen with that? Did you get arrested?
No.
Did you press charges? Were
No.
the police called?
The police were called, but there was no charges. West Virginia's a different world.
Yes.
And I didn't press it, and they didn't press me, so.
Okay. Let's move to Friday, okay? Our Thursday night, Friday. Let's start over and just kind of go through what you did again.
Okay. I was up in the middle of the night, and we both quit smoking,
Right.
and we talked each other into pitching in and buying a pack of cigarettes. This was a little after 12.
And who's this, you and
Michelle.
Michelle?
Yes. So I went to Circle K, bought a pack of cigarettes, brought her back half.
Circle K.
I went on Fish Creek and Stowe Road. Is that right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Brought that back to her, and then I went to go see my dealer.
About what time was that?
It's around 1 o'clock in the
1
morning.
o'clock in the morning? Okay.
Let's talk about him for a second.
Kiss,
Yeah. Black guy, white guy,
light black.
light skinned black. How old do you think he is?
He was 26 when I met him, so probably around 30 now. I met him through James. When James was up here with me.
And who's James? Blue?
My last ex,
Okay.
yes.
And you sure he's from Akron or Barberton? Kiss?
Well, that's where he lives now.
He lives down in Barberton. Okay. Do you know where in Barberton?
I
Are
don't
you
know
familiar
the
with
exact
Barberton?
address. I mean, I could tell you how to get there.
Yeah, tell me how to get there.
77 south
Right.
to Waterloo Road,
Mhm.
turn right, go till it turns into 2 lanes, across the railroad tracks. There's a flashing light near a cemetery, and then there's a steady light, but it's right before the steady light. There is a 2-story building, and he's in the second apartment, number 2.
So it's actually on Waterloo Road.
Yes,
You don't ever turn off of Waterloo Road.
correct.
You go over the tracks?
Yes,
Okay.
but before the big tracks.
Okay.
There's big tracks near,
But it's past the cemetery.
yes,
Okay. 2-story building, and you said it's number 2?
yes.
you know what he drives or anything?
He doesn't.
Doesn't
He
drive?
says.
Okay. When you go to get stuff from him, do you just call him? Or
I do.
Do you know his number
Yes.
off any chance?
400-9099. I gave this to the other ones as well.
Did you?
I did.
Okay. I'm kind of didn't get in on that, so I haven't. So.
And I bought $40 worth then.
Okay.
And then I came back and smoked in the bathroom.
Back to the house on
Yes.
Maple Park?
And I took a little nap.
What time did you get back after you bought it?
Oh, it only took, what is it, 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back?
Yeah.
So we're talking
2-ish.
2-ish. You're back. And you smoked that where?
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom.
Then I tried to take a little nap because it makes me a little sleepy-ish.
Do you know if Michelle was home?
I guess she was home. She wasn't up. I
Okay.
didn't see her at that time.
And how'd you smoke it?
Can.
In a can?
Yeah, because I didn't want to go, I didn't think anything was open anyway, head shop-wise for a pipe thing, so. I was taught how to use aluminum can.
What kind of can did you use?
Cream soda.
Okay. Then after you got done smoking,
I wanted to take a nap and I, just roamed around a little bit. Because it makes me, I know people think it makes people hyper, but for me it just makes me quiet. So, and then around 8:30 I decided to go get some more.
so you out the whole night, the rest of the morning?
Yeah.
Just walking around the...
Well, not really, it takes a little bit to do that. Maybe a couple of hours. And then I tried to lay down.
Okay.
And, and I read a lot. It's hard now to remember exact times, but at least I can get you issues.
Yeah, dishes is fun.
Okay.
So you go back to get some more?
Yes,
then?
$40 more.
$40.
Because I was trying not to spend my whole pay this time, because I promised my son I wasn't going to do it anymore. My son knew I had a problem also. I made him promises of a cruise and that I would move out of town and away from kids, because I don't know how to find these people. So I figured out of the geography I would be fine.
How'd you come across KISS in the first place?
James.
That's right. Was James
He
into
moved
crack?
here.
Or?
Yes.
Okay, so he was buying from him?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the one that got me, after the incident with the being kicked in the head and stuff, that was from drinking.
Okay.
So we went to this other party. He's like, oh, here, do this. This one makes me mellow, whatever. And I'm like, no, that stuff's addicting because I'm from 80s beach. I've tried stuff before.
Are you doing anything now other than crack?
No,
Marijuana?
I don't even drink. I hadn't had a drink since August 1st on my birthday. Coconut rum. Shared it with the neighbors.
So 80s, you go get some more?
Yeah, 8:30ish.
$40 more?
Yes.
Kiss.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I know it was 8-ish because I took my friend to work up on Boston Mills Road. And she has to be there by 8:30. I don't remember what time exactly we got there. But as soon as I dropped her off, I figured since I was on the highway, I just kept going.
So you dropped her off at work?
Yes.
In Hudson?
Boston Mills Road in Hudson, yes.
Who's that was her?
Amanda.
That's Amanda.
Oh, I did see Michelle that morning. I did. Because when I went to go pick up Amanda, I locked myself out.
Okay, how did you lock yourself out?
I was late, so I was running out the door and I left my keys on the computer.
Okay.
And it's automatic that we lock the door. I mean, it's...
Right.
So I banged on the door, and then the neighbor said she'll bang on Michelle's wall and get her up. So Michelle let me in to get my keys.
And that was before the 8:30
Yeah,
trip?
that was when I was picking up Amanda to take her to work, then dropped her off, and then went to go see Kiss, yes.
So you automatically lock the door before you go out?
I always lock the door. When we were living on Mac Drive, she even yelled at me for not locking both doors, no matter where I am, even if I'm inside.
So you pounded on the door?
Yes, a lot. Enough to wake the neighbors.
Neighbors woke up?
Yes.
Did they wake Michelle up?
Yes.
And she came down and locked the door?
Yes.
Was she happy about that, or was she?
Probably not. She just didn't look like anything. I said, I was sorry.
Did she go right back upstairs? Or?
I guess she went back upstairs. She just looked sleepy.
So you got in, got your keys, went and picked up Amanda.
Yes.
Went
I went straight from Amanda's to Kiss, yes.
Okay.
No, hoping I would have time to do it all before picking Amanda back up.
Okay. And what did you do after you met, bought some more from Kiss?
I went back to the apartment.
Do you remember about what time you got back there?
Gosh, it was a longer drive to Kiss's house because it was from Boston Mills. So 9:30.
Again, ish.
Probably about 9:30-ish.
Okay.
All right. What did you do then?
I did that, and then I was thinking of napping or whatever, but I figured I didn't have time.
You smoked that at the
Yes, with the
Maple Park?
Yes, with the window open.
In your room or?
No, the bathroom.
bathroom?
The bathroom near the basement or the garage. So that I, could air out or whatever. And I don't know if other people could smell. I could smell it.
Do you know if Michelle was home then?
Yes, because it was around 11:30, 12 o'clock. Well, before I had to pick up Amanda, she came down to let the dog out.
That was after you smoked the crack or
Yes,
during the time?
it was after.
You got to let dog out.
Yes.
And what time was that?
It had to have been around noon because it wasn't long after Amanda called. And then I returned her call. And she said she didn't need a ride after all because her husband was coming to get her. Because their car was broke at first, and I guess he got the alignment fixed.
Where were you at when Amanda called?
I was in the garage with Michelle and the dog. Well, the dog was out, and then we were smoking a cigarette. And we played with the dog. And then I went back in, I'm like, oh crap, Amanda called.
And you called her back?
Yes.
That was probably around 12:30-ish.
Yes.
And what time were you supposed to pick her up?
I was supposed to be there at 12:30, but I lost track of time with that, and then talking to Michelle and the dog, and
And what did you do after that?
well, Michelle said she was going to have people over, and asked me if I was going to work, but a lot of times, and you can ask my bosses, I blow off Friday if I could work on Saturday, because I have till Saturday midnight to do my 40 hours. So a lot of times, especially if it's a payday, I'll just blow Fridays off. And I told her no. But she was having people over, and I kind of like my peace and quiet. So
Did she say a person or multiple
she
persons?
said people.
She said people.
She said people.
Was she just like letting you know that she was doing that,
Yeah.
or was she asking you if it was
No,
okay?
for courtesy. She wasn't
so
asking
she's
me permission.
letting you know.
Right, because sometimes I have to make phone calls
Mhm.
for my work, and
You can't have it loud.
right.
Okay.
So she was just being courteous, letting me know.
So you left?
Yeah, because I was going to work probably because I was broke by then, and I just, I had to work at Burger King at 4 anyway. But when she said that, I just left because I like my alone time out.
So what time did you leave then? About
It was pretty much right after I talked to Amanda.
And where'd you go?
The park that starts with a B.
Brust?
Yes.
Brute, whatever it is, in Mineral Falls, right?
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
Not long. Because I meant to just walk around and clear my head. That's what I meant to do, because I always mean to just stop, you know? And then I just decided, I guess it was round 1:15-ish or whatever, just to go get some more, and I figure, just do it in the car or whatever.
So 1:15, you decided to head back to
Around-ish,
Kiss?
yeah.
Okay, and that was from the park?
Yes.
Did you walk the trail, or did you just?
No, I didn't walk the trail.
Did
There was
you
still
walk at all,
some
or?
ice.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot. I mean, I did the parking lot, and
Mhm.
but it was wet. I have a fear of falling.
Well, it's tough to walk on the ice. I walk those trails too.
And it's not just ice. It could be an oil slick or mud. It doesn't matter.
Did you stay in your car the whole time, or did you get out?
I got out.
Okay. How long do you think you were at the park?
I don't know. 15 minutes maybe.
Okay, so not very long.
What were you wearing when you went to the park? Clothes-wise.
And more t-shirt. It's usually what I wear.
Was it cold or warm? Or?
It was a warmer day. Warmer than usual.
Pants?
Jeans, more than likely. Pretty much all I have is AMR stuff, Bahamas stuff, and jeans stuff.
So you go get some more crack,
Yes.
and you go.
To Mac Drive, because there's apartment buildings and stuff that are kind of isolated next to the ones I used to live at.
How much did you get by this time?
80.
80.
So how long are you in the Mac Drive area?
Until I cut my fingers.
When you go to Kisses, is that like an in and out kind of thing?
Yes.
Or do you
Very
spend time
quick.
there?
No, I don't spend time.
So it's real fast?
Yeah.
Do you go up to his apartment, or does he come down to you, or?
No, it's downstairs.
Okay.
So I just park right in front of the door.
And they just jump out
Yes.
and do it at the front door? Or do you go
Well,
inside?
no, I go inside.
You go inside?
Yes.
Do you call them ahead of time?
Usually, that time I did not. I mean, and sometimes I just don't.
You show up and knock, and
Yeah. And
So
it's either him or his girlfriend.
so you're a regular customer and they don't question?
Correct.
Okay. So you think you called him that time, or no?
No, I did not call him that time.
Okay, no call. Was his girlfriend there by any chance?
Yes.
What's her name?
I think it's Alicia.
Was she black?
No, she's white with dark hair. A big woman. Works at the Burger King. See, I've known them long enough where I know a little bit about.
The Burger King in
Oh,
Barberton?
as soon as you turn off of Waterloo from the highway, the one by the Marks, Giant Eagle. Dark hair, tattoos. Big girl.
Have you said dark hair tattoo?
Yes.
Alicia.
I think.
The reason I'm asking, I work narcotics, so I have an interest in
Oh,
all
I'm
that, all that kind of
sorry.
stuff.
Great.
No,
That's okay, because
fine.
I'm not calling him anymore anyway. Seriously. If I needed anything to stop doing that, it was something like this to happen.
A little slap on the head with a 2x4 to wake you up or whatever, it happens.
Okay, so let's go over how you cut your fingers.
Okay. When you do the can, it collects resin on the bottom, and James taught me all this too.
How you do the can.
You have the whole piece here, the mouth,
Right.
where you take your drink, and you push the bottom or the top down like this, and you poke holes.
Okay.
And then you poke a hole, like a blowhole, towards the end of the can, like right towards the end, so that you can put your finger on it while you're holding it, and then let it go. And then you put ashes on it, and then you put that on top, and then you light it while you're doing the finger thing.
I never smoked crack.
I know,
before.
I'm sorry.
Not anybody do it, but it's interesting.
And to get the resin out, you cut from the hole, around the whole bottom, and then the top, and then you cut down the middle.
What would you use to do that with?
I have a razor knife in my car,
What kind of razor knife?
green one from work.
I mean, is it one of those nice?
It's a safety one.
So it's the one where does it have
Retract.
the button on the top and you can pull it in, or?
It's a green one with it's on the side. Pretty sure. Yeah. I got it from Giant Eagle. I meant to return it.
Is it bigger or smaller?
It's about this big.
What do you mean you got it from Giant Eagle?
I worked at the Giant Eagle before Christmas.
Oh, when you worked
They
there?
gave me one, and
Oh, okay, one of those kinds.
yeah, it was just a few weeks.
Okay.
And I gave them everything else, and that was in my car to give it back to them.
So you're cutting the can with the razor.
Right. And I took one of the spare razors from inside it.
Uh-huh.
The razor thing has, you know, a holding spot. And you scrape the resin like that.
Right.
And then you pile it. Well, I put it in a piece of paper and then you put it on a new can
Okay.
to smoke. You're in narcotics, you might know about that. But when your fingers let go, I was trying to let it not pop up like that. So I grabbed it. The curling part of the can.
Okay. And which fingers?
That's why it's in such a weird position from grabbing the curling can.
Okay.
And what kind of can was this one?
The one that I cut was the cream soda one.
A cream soda?
Yes. And then I used the Dr. Pepper can to finish. Well, actually, I was going to use the Dr. Pepper can to finish, but
To smoke the residue.
Right. But I needed stitches, so I went to the emergency room around, and I guess that was a little after 2. That part at least is verifiable. And I didn't leave there until after 4.
So you were there at about 2?
Yeah, around 2. I mean, by that time I'm in shock. I mean, I have my good. And I'm not thinking right.
You know where that can is? The cream soda can that you cut yourself on?
I threw them out the door,
Where at?
probably in the parking lot when I was cut myself.
You threw them both out the door?
Yes.
Dr. Pepper and the cream soda?
Yes. Well, the Dr. Pepper I might have thrown away at the hospital.
So there shouldn't be any cans in your car?
Shouldn't be, no.
Smoking crack?
Should be nothing, no. I don't keep it around, even at Diane's house. I try not to, or bury it in the garbage or whatever.
Did it bleed a lot?
No, not massively. Enough that I had some dish towels and stuff in the car, well, one anyway, and I used that, and I threw it in their bio bin at the hospital. And they said it was pretty shallow. I didn't even need the stitches that much, but they wanted to do it because I type for a living, and it could have just kept opening, but they said it was pretty shallow. So they even asked me if I wanted the stitches or not. I'm like, well, if you say it's going to keep opening when I'm typing, then yeah, that's my job.
When you threw them out of the car, the cans of pop, was it just like out of the car in the lot or in a trash can?
Yeah, I don't know.
You littered?
Yes, I don't mean to, and you can even ask the other officer, like when I smoke, I butt it out on my shoe, I put it in my cigarette pack, but I was not, I was cut.
Sure.
I was just like,
Okay, now after you left the hospital,
I went through the drive-through of Burger King to give them my note that I was not going to be able to work that day, and I handed it to Vicki. I didn't want to go in.
What time were you supposed to work that day?
4 to 8.
4 to 8. So you're scheduled for 4 to 8.
I was scheduled for 4 to 8.
and then after the Burger King, went home. Anybody there?
So what time do you think you got home?
After 5.
About 5.
Well, you went from AGMC right to Burger King. How long were you at Burger King?
I went through the drive-through.
Just gave them 9, and then you went home from there.
Yes.
So got not the hospital a little after 4,
I guess it's on my discharge papers.
and then Burger King is straight home, so you're probably home before 5.
Make you say anything to you or anything, or no big deal?
Wasn't my first call off. It's just my
But
second
attention
job.
for that, or are they, do they get mad when you don't come to work? Okay.
Well, not if it's,
Something
Something,
legitimate
yes.
that you have a good excuse
Right.
for.
Okay, so you get home, Michelle's not there?
no, I did not see her.
You just, when you come in, you just close the door and go to your room?
Well, my room is right there, yeah.
Anything unusual? No.
Well, the back door was unlocked. I told the one officer that.
Which back door?
The one in the garage, because I went to go smoke and it was unlocked, so I locked it.
Okay. How about the door
The front door was locked.
to the outside?
That's the one I'm talking about. Because I go into the garage.
Right, is that door usually locked?
Yes.
The door
From the
The
house
door-
to the garage?
No, from the house to the garage is, yeah, that's usually locked. And that was locked.
Okay.
It's the garage door to the outside that was unlocked.
So the
And I
front
know
door was
because
locked.
the cushion thingy, she has a thing that goes on, to keep the draft.
Right,
And that was out, so I went to go kick it
and the front door?
again. That garage door. That.
How about the front door was locked?
No, the front door was locked, yes.
Front door's locked, the house door to the garage door is also locked.
Yes.
And then the garage door to the backyard is unlocked.
Yes. I don't think I mentioned it before, but I was not, I mean, everything can't come out all in one day, but the floor was wet. But I figured because we played with the dog and it was really muddy that she cleaned it.
Which floor?
The garage floor
Okay.
was a little wet, like as soon as you walk from the house. And
So the garage floor was wet? The whole garage floor or just
no,
part
not
of it?
just like a area. Like where the dog was romping. So that's why I thought it was just the mud from, she was cleaning up the mud from the dog.
When you got home then, was the dog home?
The dog was home because when I tried to go to sleep, it was barking
Where at?
up in her room.
So it was in her room?
Yes, it's always in her room.
So if she's not home, the dog's in her room?
Yes.
Is it in her room when she is home, or if she's...
No, if she's home, she has a baby gate to keep it from coming downstairs all the time, and she puts it up there with the stairs.
So the dog was in Michelle's bedroom and was barking?
Yes. Off and on. I just ignore it most of the time. But later that evening, I was napping on and off from the time I got home. Like I said, that stuff makes me sleepy, plus I just got stitches and I was tired. So I was trying to nap, dog woke me up. I said, I didn't know if I missed Michelle going to work or what, so I said, I'll walk her for a second. I'm up now.
Let's back up just a minute.
Sorry.
You're in the house. Go into the garage to smoke,
Yes,
and the door to the garage from the house is locked.
yes.
Did you open the back door?
Not at that time, no.
How did you know it was unlocked?
Because the draft keeper was away, so I went to kick it and I seen it was unlocked.
Okay, so you smoke, cigarette, go back in the house.
Lay down, read a little bit,
What are you reading?
B.C. Andrews, Heavenstone, something.
Where were those books at?
Nightstand.
Is that the stand right next to your bed?
Yes, with the lamp on it.
Okay, So you read them, you put them back on the nightstand?
Yes.
Or?
Always. Because I just, roll over, turn the lamp off.
You don't put them on the floor or anywhere like that?
I have a great respect for most books. Because besides, seeing Kiss on occasional Fridays, that's all I do. Computers, read.
So you don't know anything unusual then? No. Okay. You're reading your books that were on the nightstand. How many books do you have at the house?
At one given time?
Well, on Friday.
5 library books.
Okay. So you have
2
5.
of which I just read. And I was taking them back.
So you're taking 2 books back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's Friday night. You're reading, fall asleep. About what time?
By that time, I'm all tired.
You sleep most of the
coming
night?
out. Yeah. On and off between the dog barking. Yeah.
What time did it? You said you let the dog out?
I walked the dog because I wasn't dealing with no mud that time of day. And I was
What time
tired.
was that?
I don't know. That one you can ask the neighbor because I'm not sure. But she got loose. I mean, as soon as I took her out, she got loose because I'm tired. I have no strength. And she had to knock on the door to get. It was like within 10 minutes.
Okay. So you walked the dog, she got loose, but they brought her back?
Yes.
Okay. And you put her back in the bedroom?
Yes.
And this is Friday still?
Yes. And then I went to bed for good. Because that's what I do. The day after, I pretty much sleep a lot after I do that on Friday.
Okay. What time did you wake up?
When the dog was freaking barking again.
Well, what time was it?
6:30, 7 o'clock-ish. So I figure, well, Michelle will be home soon, but I can't sleep. So take her for a walk again, lose her again. This time I called the police, so you can check the time on that. So I'm not sure, but I did call the non-emergency line too, because I didn't know if the dog was on the dangerous dog list still.
You didn't want to let her out the back?
No.
Why not?
Because of the mud.
So you didn't let her out the back at all?
I did.
When?
Towards the middle of the morning.
Okay. Why then and not earlier?
Because I was more awake then.
Oh.
Is this like the middle of the night, kind of early morning?
No, like the middle of the morning, like,
On
I
Saturday?
talked to Diane, I Facebooked Diane, and she said, well, just let it out the back, don't worry about the mud. I'm like, okay.
So you left about this middle of the morning, what, 10, 10:30?
Yeah, I have to check Facebook for the messages. But it was like, I let her out, and as soon as I got back into my room, because I was up, I clocked in at work at 8-something, Saturday morning.
Okay. Just before you let her out? The back?
This was after I walked her, but before I let her out the back, yes. Because I was up, by the time the police called and said the dog was found and stuff, like, I might as well just go to work. So
you clocked in at 8?
8-something, 8:17 maybe. I have to look at my time clock.
And then you're working?
I'm working, dogs bark. I Facebook also while I'm working because I have to have something going on while I'm working in order to focus. It's weird.
Okay.
But like a show or music or something. And then sometimes I just get tired of working and Facebook somebody really quick or play Candy Crush. Please don't tell my boss. Well, they probably know because she sees me on there. She's on Facebook too, so. So I'm Facebooking Diane. I'm like, you know, she's not here. I'm taking care of the dog. It's not driving me up the wall. I was walking it because of the mud. She said, don't worry about the mud.
So you let the dog out the back?
Yes, I did.
And then what happened?
As soon as I walked back in, the dog was like crying, screaming at the door to be let back in. I'm like, really? So I just opened the door and let her back in.
So you didn't have to go out in the back?
No.
You weren't out in the backyard at all with the dog?
Friday I was.
How about Saturday morning?
No.
No.
And I clocked off of work around 11 something. Took another nap, clocked back in, worked till almost time to go to work at Burger King.
So you clocked off at 11?
11 something on Saturday, yes. Like a lunch break.
And then napped? And then you got up to go to Burger King?
Yes.
What time was that?
Well, I got up and then worked until I had to go to Burger King.
What time did you
So I
clock back?
I clocked back in around 3. And worked until after 5 and got ready to go. And got to Burger King at 6 and the officer got me at 7.
So, clock back in around 3, work till, again,
5:09, maybe even,
and then you had to be to work at 6.
at Burger King, yes. I mean, I'd have to look at my time clock for that because, you know, I don't pay attention. As long as it says 40 by the end of the day.
And then the officer picked you up.
Yes.
Now, kind of want you to go back over everything, so in case we missed anything, you told us the first time or something was wrong or anything like that.
My sister-in-law told me to think really hard about everything.
Because, we've been busy since then, okay? And like I told you the other night when I talked to you early morning, I know it's late, we've been checking everything out, okay? And there's quite a few holes in some of the things you've been telling us. We've got some information from neighbors, from other people that we've talked to, okay? That indicates you're not being totally truthful with us, okay? Now, there was a neighbor that called, and this has been all over the news as far as, Michelle, okay? That they saw you in the backyard Saturday morning chasing the dog, trying to shoot him back into the house. Why would they tell us that?
I have no idea.
But you weren't in the backyard at all.
On Saturday, no.
How about Friday?
Yes,
What were you-
because the dog wouldn't come back in.
I thought you said you guys were in the garage.
There. I said this Saturday too. I said it to your other,
I was here Saturday.
yes. That she was wearing slippers.
Right.
And the dog was being a puppy and jumping back and forth, and I was already dressed to pick up Amanda. So I went out and grabbed her by the collar and brought her back in.
What kind of slippers was she wearing?
Brown ones?
How about the NASCAR slippers?
Okay.
Were they?
They're brown ones.
Well,
Don't pay attention to that much.
Well, you knew she had slippers on, so you had to pay attention to something like that.
Well, I could see everybody has slippers on when they go in the garage. And I know she had
Nobody wears
slippers on
shoes?
because we sat down. Not now.
You don't wear shoes in the house?
Not supposed to.
Okay.
I do in my room, coming in, whatever. I usually just kick it off though.
Okay. So no one wears shoes in the house?
Not much, no.
Well, you left for work, for Burger King, where all the doors locked.
Yes.
You're positive.
No.
Why? But you always lock the door.
I do. That's why I'm saying yes.
But you're not positive they were locked.
I can't be 100% no.
Okay. But Michelle wasn't there.
No.
She wasn't in the house anyway.
No.
Okay. But when we got there, the front door was unlocked. And you were the last one to leave.
Yes.
Okay.
I did go back Saturday. I even told them I forgot my Neosporin and my cigarettes, and I turned around from Burger King and went back, and then raced right back to work and clocked in at 5:59.
Okay.
Okay, you can ask them that too.
They told
Okay.
us that.
All right. So maybe in my race back to work, maybe. That's why I said I wasn't.
Did you put the dog in the bedroom before you left?
Yes.
So all day Saturday, or Friday, well, yeah, because you got home Friday afternoon,
Mm-hmm.
and Michelle
Evening,
wasn't
yes.
there. So you're the only one to put the dog in the bedroom and let the dog out.
Yes.
Did you notice any of the blood spatter on any of the
No,
walls?
I heard there was, but when I'm home, I don't wear my contacts. It's dark
When
in
you're
my
reading?
room.
How about when you're reading?
I just have that lamp on.
Notice anything about your books?
No.
There was blood splatter on your books. The books you said you were reading.
Both of them?
Yeah. Did I notice that?
No. I know I grabbed them in a hurry on my way to Burger King to put them in my gym bag to remember to take back.
Okay. So, you have 2 books with you at Burger King
Yes, in my bag.
in your bag. What else is in your bag?
A pair of pants that I wore to the gym when I used to go, and some smiley face socks.
Okay. What were those from? Why were those in the bag?
Because I wear them to the gym and stuff.
Okay. And was there a towel in there?
I don't remember.
Okay.
That part I don't remember.
There was a towel in there.
Okay.
Okay. Like I said, we searched your car, we searched the whole apartment. Okay. We found your books in the car, the ones you said you were reading. Okay. That were in your apartment, and they had blood on them. Okay. The towel in your bag had blood on it. Not fresh blood, but you could tell it was laundered. And that's what the crime ECI people do. They have chemicals, they have everything to test that stuff. All that stuff went to the lab.
Okay.
There was a pop can in your car.
Was it mine, the blood?
Well,
Because
I'll find that out
Okay.
tomorrow. Okay.
I did pulled, you can see where I pulled right here, and that blood when I took the dog out one time. And there was blood splatter by the door and everything,
We
and
know
that's
that.
all mine.
We know that.
Okay.
We're talking about the towel in the car. Okay. That wasn't your blood, or was it?
It probably was.
From what? How about the blood splatter on your books? Could it have been your blood?
No.
Okay.
I would have known if I bled on my books. The books I pay attention to. I keep clean my books.
There was a cream soda can in your car.
Okay.
But just the way you described it to me. Okay. Wasn't cut open.
Okay.
So you're still going to stick with the story that you cut your hand on the can.
Yes, I am.
What was that can? If you didn't,
I
was
use
supposed to
more
be
than
cut
one
up.
can. And I clean them out of Diane's house, or I shove them to the back of the bottom of the garbage.
Where do you think this can was?
I was probably trying to get rid of it from the house. Or it could have been from the week before.
In your car. Did you bleed in the car when you cut your hand?
A little, yes.
Did you clean it up?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it should have been in the car, but it was on my jeans.
Where are those jeans?
Okay, it wasn't these jeans.
Oh, when you cut your hand, how did you stop it from bleeding? Well,
I
you
had-
drove to the hospital.
I have a dish towel. Or it was a dish rag.
Okay.
You
now,
can, they
you
know.
put that in the biohazard one.
Yes, I put it in the biohazard at the hospital.
So you didn't bleed at home except Saturday morning when the dog got out?
Right.
Okay. And that's on the front door and front step?
Should be, yes.
I found that. Okay. There was blood drops in the garage. Those weren't yours, were they?
I know it.
But your footprint is in the blood drops, so you can walk through the blood.
Okay.
How do you explain that?
It's dark out there. I don't know where I'm stepping.
But you're not out there smoking cigarettes in a dark garage. It's got light.
Yes.
Admittedly, it's not like this, but,
I usually turn the light on or I leave the door open in the hallway.
well, if you had the door, even just the door open or a light on in there, you'd be able to see splotches of blood leading across the floor.
I don't look down that much there. I know the house. I walk it all the time.
You know, we talked to numerous people who've told us that you and Michelle didn't always get along, that you've had your arguments.
We've never had an argument.
Even about the dog?
No.
The
Well,
dog barking
one
or-
time no, the dog barking I've never said nothing about. One time, the Tuesday before, she said she didn't know I was home. She took the dog through when I was trying to sleep. And I said something, but it wasn't an argument.
Has Michelle ever been irrational or mad and ranting and raving or anything like
Not
that?
that I've seen.
You know? Is there something that she could have done to you that, you know, you had to defend yourself?
No.
Maybe that's how your hand got cut?
No.
She didn't come after you with a knife or anything?
No. I mean, I was even splashed by a kid at Burger King with, he tried to splash me with oil. I did absolutely nothing.
When you
I
went to
don't
the,
have that type of temper.
when you went to the hospital for the cuts, did they ask you how the?
Yes, I lied to them.
What'd you tell them?
I told them I cut it on a knife because I wasn't telling them I was smoking crack. And they said, they actually told me that was weird. But, you know, they didn't delve any further.
Some of the problems that we have is Sergeant Dutton's explaining here is the towel that's in your car that appears to have been laundered. Did you do any laundry on
All
Friday
day
or
Saturday. Saturday is my laundry day.
I mean, that was something that you didn't tell us, and, I mean, if you did all day
I was-
laundry, wouldn't you
Well,
have
2
mentioned
loads. And my 2 loads.
What'd you launder?
My bathrobe, all of my work clothes, my towels.
How about the throw rug in your bedroom?
Yes,
Why did you launder that?
because it was muddy from the dog.
So when you laundered that, you didn't notice all the blood that was on it?
There was no blood on the rug.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Because when you launder that stuff, it doesn't come all the way out.
I know that.
Just like the towel.
I know that.
And that's so much more of the evidence.
that? And there's blood on the washer and dryer.
I didn't see any blood on the washer and dryer.
Well,
Is this conveniently not seen, or,
No, it's dark in there.
well, now that I might disagree with you with, because when the lights are on in the laundry room there, it was pretty well lit up.
during daytime, if you got the window there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bright in there. And I mean,
I
we
wish I
can
would've-
walk in there and see that, you know, that there's
I
blood
know
on
you
there.
can. And my eye doctor is on Exchange Street. These contact lenses are new prescription. My glasses are 5 years old.
Uh-huh.
There's a 3 times difference between my contact prescription and my glasses prescription. I don't see very well with my glasses, and I wear those at home. I wear these to go out. I wear these to go to Burger King. That is it. That is verifiable. I could bring the glasses in even. Compare them yourselves
When
between the prescriptions.
when you're smoking crack, how long does it take for the effects of that to wear off?
It depends.
So when you smoke the $80 worth in the afternoon or whatever, when do you think that wore off?
I started getting really, really sleepy the emergency room, but I don't know if that's because of the trauma of being in the hospital or not.
I mean, is it something that lasts until late in the evening that night, or
No, not that.
was it something that's only an hour long, or?
Yeah.
And when you're smoking that stuff, do you? You said before that it doesn't really affect you, and
It makes me sleepy and depressed afterwards.
Is it mind-boggling kind of stuff where you lose memory, or?
I've never, while smoking that, lost memory. Like, no, not really.
Could it
I
have
lose
been that?
memory, period, but it has nothing to do with that.
Could there have been a confrontation between you
No,
and
I
Michelle?
would have remembered a confrontation.
And because of the crack and everything, you have the. I mean, it happens. I see it all the time where people they're smoking marijuana, they're smoking crack, they're doing heroin. They're not really responsible for what they're doing. They do all kinds of things that are uncharacteristic for themselves.
10 years, I've never done anything like that on them, ever. I don't have James' phone number. But he's on my Facebook. He's the only one I've ever smoked with, so he's the only one who could ever say anything about how I am with it. I'm the one that turns around and goes to sleep. He's the one that's hyper and pacing and stuff. We have different personalities. I don't know if it has to do with the slight ADD issue that I know I have or what.
I mean, that could be an issue too, and when you put all these kinds of things together, you know, crazy things happen. Because obviously, you know, the crime scene is right next to your bed. The blood is all right next to your bed, and you know, somebody took some time to clean that stuff up. When they luminol the stuff, you probably the scientific part of it is beyond me, but the results I understand. And you watch the CSI stuff, as unreal as that is, you know that they can luminol stuff and see where blood has been. Well, that thing shines like, you know, the Milky Way. So if somebody cleans stuff up, I mean, you can see where things have been moved. You can see where the books were laying and how they got splattered with blood. All that stuff shows up in all the evidence and the photographs and stuff that we've taken. And we're trying to find a way to explain all that.
And
that happened before, you know, you got there.
And I wish you could.
Well, I hope we're going to be able to, yeah. The dog going upstairs. There's blood prints up the stairs from the dog paws. So the dog walked through the blood to be put upstairs. And you said you put the dog upstairs.
Several times.
Right. You were the only one to let the dog in and out those days. There's blood on the bottom of your shoes that we took that night.
I was told that.
So, I mean, those kinds of things we can't explain away. Only you know, you have to be able to help yourself now, Roxanne. We can't help you. And the way you can help yourself is to tell us what really happened. Because once you walk out of here without telling us what really happened, it's going to be up to the prosecutor and the lab to come back with all those results. They're going to put you right in the middle of everything. And there's ways for us to explain that stuff with your help. The fact that you smoked crack 3 times that day. There's ways that we can understand how stuff like this can happen without, okay? Could you have done this and not realize
I didn't do this.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not. I did not do this.
It had to happen when you were there.
No.
No.
I would have known something. Except for I didn't know she was back there. And that guy said I'm unemotional, and that's why he thought I was a liar. But it's the way I am, and you can ask anybody.
I know. I talked to your brother and your sister-in-law. They said you've had a hard time with abusive relationships. You don't show emotion. And this is a terrible, terrible thing. I mean, that's understandable too. And we've seen, you know, we've been police officers for a long, long time, seen lots and lots and lots of things like this. And we understand all the different possibilities that can take place. That you could have gotten in an argument with Michelle and through self-defense stuff.
I am not a violent argument person. James was self-defense. That's why they dropped it.
Okay.
Because I had proof from what he did for me in West Virginia. And I didn't even hurt him. I bit him. I didn't break his skin. Because was afraid of her.
You know where the knives are upstairs in the kitchen?
Yes.
In the butcher block thing there. Do you know where that one knife is that's missing?
Is it in the dish drainer? I wash dishes.
No, I didn't find it there. Do you have any idea where it might be? And Michelle didn't have any of her friends over that night, correct?
I don't know, not when I was there, no.
Right. So when you got home, it appears that nobody's there. Michelle wasn't sleeping, and when you went in to rest her, she didn't come down, and
There was a
you
sink
guys
full of
get in,
dishes.
you guys get in an argument or something about, God knows what it could have been about.
No argument.
You'd been, Diana said that there'd been an issue about you being kicked out, or she wanted you to leave at the end of the month.
No, that actually I was happy about.
Okay, tell me a little bit about that.
Okay.
What was, she owed you, or you owed her money, or?
I don't owe her money anymore.
Tell us about
no,
that.
I don't. I always pay my debts. Late, but I pay them. She knew about the crack thing.
Okay.
Because I was late with the rent.
Okay.
And my son asked me to come clean because he can't help me from New York.
Okay.
I said, well, she might kick me out. She goes, well, you go to Uncle Reed. I'm like, okay. He's very sensible. I love my son. He's the only one that gets emotion out of me. So then one day I owed her $110 like 3 weeks ago. By that time, I was already looking for another place to live. And I already told my son, I don't see myself staying past April. Because to me it was slightly unfair. I mean, nothing to be mad about, but I'm paying half the rent. I'm living in that section, and it's a highway. Everybody comes through.
Sure, not the greatest place for privacy.
No, there's no privacy.
Yeah.
And plus she didn't want my only friend coming over. She didn't like her. I'm like, okay.
Who's your only friend?
I mean, well, I can't really say she's my best friend.
How'd you guys get to know each other?
Studio City. I was almost agoraphobic. Seriously, I was getting that way. Working at home, not leaving barely except for groceries. My son was also in New York at that time, and she drugged me out. She did. I didn't like it. I resented it at first, but she drugged me out. She probably saved me.
Good.
Even though she's younger, it's weird.
Did you have any resentment
No, I don't
towards
know where
Diana?
No.
We were talking about the fact that you still owe her the
Yeah, right,
$150.
okay. And I did $40 because I didn't have enough to pay her, so I got kind of depressed, and that week I just did $40 because I only got like $70 from Burger King. And I told her about it. And she goes, well, I think you should go. You already paid for the month of March. And this was towards the end of February because I paid her early. I paid her the rent early. I'm like, that's fine. I didn't even raise an eyebrow. I was like, that's fine. I told myself, well, okay, good. I'll turn in my 401k, pay the loan early, and I already started looking at apartments in Dover.
Why Dover?
Why Dover?
I kind of picked it out of a map. It wasn't as far as, I didn't want to get close to James in case something happened, we got back together. I want to stay there. But I wanted a small town, a cute town, something I've never tried before. And it looked adorable. So I started looking at rent prices, and they were reasonable, and I could move anywhere in Ohio.
It didn't piss you off that you, after kind of the crappy conditions that you lived with over at that apartment for a while, then now she's kicking you out because of and you didn't have any resentment towards Diana? And
I had
maybe
6
get mad at
weeks from the
Michelle?
time she said. That was plenty of time. There was no resentment.
Why did you, or what kind of feelings were you going through that for 3 times on that Friday that you decided to smoke crack? Was that a common thing, or was there something going on inside that, you're
No, it was
depressed?
just a small Burger King check. I had really no bills that day. I knew that my next pay I was going to pay my loan and my car payment, and so I could recycle my 401k loan, so I wouldn't have had no money then. So I'm like, well, it'll be my last time. That's what was going through my head.
Because, that's a lot of crack to smoke in one day.
I've done 600 in one day before.
Was that right? So maybe you got more problem than I'm thinking.
No, well, yes. I'm a binge addict. Do you know what that is? I don't need it every day.
But when you do.
But when I have money, I do.
Yeah.
And then when I'm broke, it's over. And that's it.
Okay.
So.
Did you talk to your son at all? Friday or Saturday?
Oh, gosh. Facebook, more than likely, every day.
Remember what you wrote or told them?
No, I can't remember.
Would you lie to your son?
Sometimes, but then I always wind up telling him the truth.
Like I said,
Always.
there's a lot of people out there. This news is all over the place. Everyone is calling us.
Are you carrying any extra burdens now? Is there anything that's, other than I know you're looking for a place to live right now,
Actually, less burdens now.
or any stress or anything that you're going through, or
Less stress these days. Because I knew I was going. I liked the town. I've driven to the town. My son and I, we were planning a cruise.
if Diana saw you right now, what do you think she'd say?
I don't know. She's a grieving mother. I have no idea what she would say to me. I have never dealt with that type of situation.
Do you have feelings for Diana? Are you guys close friends? And I know Amanda's your best friend. Are you guys close at all, or were you?
We haven't been, no. We've only touched once. We've actually only hugged once. Ever.
Not even physically, but emotionally, you guys support each other, or mentally, or
No,
do you do stuff together? I know you said you were
No, we
alone. How about Michelle? Were you guys closer friends, or?
I hadn't seen her for 20 years from the time they were babies, my son and her, till last year.
Did you have any, family feelings for Michelle, or?
No.
How do you feel since she's dead?
I hurt for her mother.
What do you think about all this?
I don't know what to think. Still.
And what do you think should happen when we get the person that's done this? What do you think should happen?
I don't know. Because I don't know the situation.
Well, she was violently murdered in your bedroom, next to your bed, with her blood on your possessions, and her blood in your car, and her blood on your shoes.
Her blood was in my car.
I believe we're going to find that out, and that we can't explain away unless you can come up with some truths. And if that happens, that can only lead us to one conclusion.
You said I could have my car back today.
No, I said I could have it back as soon as we get it released from the DCI.
There's still evidentiary value to that for us, and things that we can't explain, which we were kind of hoping maybe you could help us with. But look at it from our point of view.
I do.
Sure.
I even told them Saturday I do.
There's no reason for Michelle's blood to be in your car. What are we supposed to do when they call us and say that it is in your car?
I don't know.
Nobody else uses your car, correct?
You said there was blood in my room. Could it have gotten on my bag? Is it on my bag?
It's all over your room.
Yes, but was it on my bag in the car?
You mean the paper bag or whatever, or
Red.
that carry bag?
It's red.
Where was the carry bag kept in?
On my dresser. At that time. Because I'm packing, I'm moving, I'm shifting stuff everywhere.
Roxanne, there was a violent struggle in your bedroom and in the laundry room area. There was a lot of blood. Okay. There's 2 types of blood that was in there. Okay, we know that much so far. Now, part of that process, we'll probably find out sometime tomorrow. Hopefully by tomorrow afternoon. If any of that blood is yours, and if any of her blood is connected with it.
Or on your stuff, and your clothes, and your shoes.
Now, if that happens tomorrow, there's nothing we can do to help you. You will talk to us today and tell us what happened. We can help you as much as we can. But after
And
you leave here,
we think we can explain away some of this stuff if you'll just let us know what happened. You know, we can fill in some of the blanks and see how some of this stuff goes. But we can't do that until you start to open up and let us know. And I think it is a burden on you. And I think you do want to tell somebody. And I think you do want to let go. Even if you guys weren't close or you weren't close with Diana, it's another human being. And it's a young human being that took a very violent turn. And you know, you don't seem like a bad person. And goofy people have, you know, they're living humans, loving people.
Amusing.
I mean, was she goofy enough
No, she's
when you said?
amusing.
I mean,
I like to be amused.
did that bother you?
No, I do. I love to be amused. That's one of my favorite sayings for the past 20 years is I love to be amused.
But you hear what I'm saying? Is that
Yes.
that we're trying to help in her memory, give closure to Diana for losing her daughter, help you if there was something that happened that night, you know, that we can explain through. And down the road, you know, people that take responsibility for what they do always do better than those that deny until the very end, when nobody can help them. Who do you think did?
I didn't do this. Can I go now?
Well, you know, like we told you before,
You can go anytime you want.
right, we're not holding you here. You're not under arrest or anything like that. We're actually, believe it or not, and people don't believe it, we're actually trying to help you.
Is your blood pressure people still here?
We can get connected to a fire department. You need a blood pressure check?
I don't know, I'm shaking though.
I see that. And that's what I'm saying. I think you need to let go with this. You need to release some of this stuff.
I need a cigarette.
Get the burden off, unfortunately. They don't let any of us smoke anywhere around here.
I didn't even finish the one because I can't smoke at my and I was smoking out front and I said no and I just put it. I didn't finish and.
You came in here calm, collected, and fine, and look at yourself now.
Yes.
I think it's very close to being.
Because I'm kind of
coming out to,
called a liar.
What, not calling you a liar. Again, we're trying to help.
We're trying to figure out what happened in your life.
And explain away the questions that we have. And but all of that, has to start from you, or come from you. And your demeanor, the nervousness, and again, I think it's a huge burden of what happened. I don't think you're a bad person at all. I think the crack had something to do with it. I think the situation, the environment had something to do with it. And I think once you let that go, you would feel 100% better.
I would like to smoke now.
Oh, we can't smoke in here.
Outside.
Really nothing we can do about that.
I know that.
You want to go smoke outside?
Do you have cigarettes with you?
Yes. I bought a lot. I quit last week. And
Right. Let's go outside.
the people at Burger King, when they knew I couldn't,
Do you drink coffee? Would you
I
like a
don't
cup of
think
coffee?
that would be appropriate at this moment.
Okay, a pop. Can we get you something, a glass of water?
Water might be nice.
Let me get you at least a glass of water.
Do
And
you need to
yes,
escort me outside? Because I came in voluntarily, but
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere at this moment.
No, I mean, if you want to go outside and smoke, we can go outside. Have your cigarettes with you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
Okay,
Let me get you.
You might as well go out the back door.
Actually, I have to be to work in a half an hour.
It's 6.
Maybe I should go. I have to be to work in a half an hour.
Just remember what I told you. You want to get this cleared up now to help yourself, I can do it right now. Tomorrow could be a different day. And there's no way we can help you tomorrow.
I know.
I'd like to be able to help you today. Get this burden off your chest.
If you need a blood pressure check, we can have a blood pressure check done for you.
Would you like us to do that before you leave?
Is it,
Make sure you're
is it
okay.
better before or after smoke? Before. Let's go.
You want to do what?
Yes, please.
You can actually sit right here, and I'll have him come right here and do it.
Like Detective Dennis said, we're here to help, okay? We're here to help you, we're here to help Diana and her family.
I was told that's what you were going to say. Not that I believe other people, because I don't always.
They tell you what happened?
You know what they say about, advice from 10,000 different people. Although I didn't talk to 10,000 different people because it's not something you just talk about.
They tell you to be truthful?
They said not to say anything, period. But I don't know how to not do that.
They usually say that to guilty people. They say, don't say anything. You know why? Because they know they get more money that way, especially the attorneys.
So what did I do? I had to
You're on
ask
the way,
somebody.
I'll be here in 1 second.
I had to ask somebody I knew was a con.
I mean, if you ask guilty people, they'll tell you not to talk. Okay? They'll tell you not to say anything. But we're telling you, any help we can give you now is going to be here and now. It's going to show remorse. It's going to show, that you want to cooperate, that you want to get this all behind you. Tomorrow, it's going to look like you've denied, and, if the ball falls in your court, and it shows that, her blood is in your car, and that your blood is on her, there's not, the prosecutor, they're going to go for the full thing. So right now, we can, go to bat for you a little bit and say, yeah, she came in on her own, she talked to us on her own, she was honest with us, this is what happened. Now, if you,
And why it happened, that's the big thing that we can get, is how and why.
and that's probably what most people want to know anyway. Why did it happen? Tell us what she did, that caused this whole thing to get out of hand.
Or if she didn't do anything, and this was a spur of the moment thing, and it just happened. Again, that can even be explained away. And like I said, it's a huge burden when people let that stuff go. It's like the skies have cleared up. And even though there's consequences down the road, you're at the beginning stages of taking care of yourself and looking out for yourself in the position. And we're, again, people don't believe when we say that, but we actually are here to help you in that respect. We're here for justice for Michelle, but we're also...
You do seem very genuine. I'm
You
usually
get two of the nicest guys in the department right
I'm
here.
usually a good, except for if I'm sleeping with you, a good judge of character.
Well,
Except for my last husband, he was awesome. He was a good man. Awesome.
we are actually pretty genuine and sincere guys, and we're not trying to fool anybody. We're not trying to trick anybody. We're trying to explain away facts that we know, get them in a pattern or a story, of truth that's believable. And again, that only starts with you. And we can help finish it up, and we can understand it. And I mean, again, we've seen a lot, but it has to start with you. And I think you're going to feel better also. All the way down the line, everybody makes out when the truth comes out. And it's tough to break through that one barrier. Here it comes when you get them in here.
My blood pressure at the hospital was actually low. It was 143/97.
Well, maybe the crack does it to you, helps you out. You see, it makes you calmer and quieter.
It's weird. I know. Most people, they have a mindset of what it does to people. Now, snorting cocaine in the 80s, that was a totally different story.
Everything is different. Everyone is affected differently by different things.
This is Roxanne.
Hi, ma'am. Roxanne, I'm Captain Griffin from the fire department. You need your blood pressure taken? Okay. You have a history of blood pressure problems?
Yes, sir.
You take medicine for it?
Supposed to?
Okay.
Sorry.
You're supposed to, but you haven't been taking it?
Correct.
Are you out of it?
On and off.
Okay. Do you have any other medical problems?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling right now? You have a headache or anything?
Getting there.
Boy, that stuff is almost too big for you. That's okay, I have that same problem. Did you need
I'm
any
not
other?
a little woman.
I will.
Okay.
Just her demographics.
I'll make you a copy.
Perfect.
No, it's not. I don't like it.
sorry, that's gonna be a little tight.
I know, I'm used to it. I'm good?
You're a little high, but I'm concerned it might be the cuff.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're 152 over 120. But I'd like to go get a bigger cuff.
Sure.
Is that okay?
120 is not good.
No,
152 is okay
yeah.
for me, but 120 is not good.
If you don't have the correct size cuff, though, that'll
That's true.
artificially inflate that. So if you could just give me a minute, and I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay? All right.
The first one could be stress, the second one's always hard. In case you know. I work for AMR.
Right. What do you do for AMR?
I bill for them.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
5 years.
You like it?
3
Or?
months. I love it.
Better than being in a position where you hate what you're doing every day.
I even kind of like Burger King.
How long have you worked there?
September 18th. I only remember it's my son's birthday.
Does that one stay pretty busy? No.
I worked at the McDonald's once for my last cruise, downtown Akron, by the university. So if you ask if this Burger King's busy, I have to laugh.
Oh, is that right?
Because
Is
that
everyone's
place
crazy?
is a nightmare. Especially when they lend the rubber stadium or whatever to the kids, high school.
The rubber bowl thing or the, I don't know what they call it.
Infocision.
There you go. Very good.
And then they built new dorms, and that was a nightmare.
Yeah, now, have you seen it lately down there? They've built up.
Oh, where the
east of
Philly?
it. Yeah, the sub place was, that's all going down. That's all student housing, high rise, or not high rise, but mid rises.
I went to that college. It was like an eighth of the size.
Oh yeah, it's huge. It's actually substantial now. It's pretty impressive. Plus, I think it's a fairly decent school. It's pretty well respected.
It's got a better reputation than it ever has.
Yeah.
Especially in their politics.
Graduated there with a 3+.
Well, pretty good. Holy crap.
What'd you get your degree in?
Social work.
You're a kind, caring person. You think about people.
They just don't show up.
Well, that's explained a little bit by your relationships. Your brother said, when you're in an abusive relationship for so long, sometimes.
My dad wasn't very emotional.
Sometimes they get passed on. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that certainly doesn't mean that those people that don't show emotions don't have emotions.
We internalize.
Exactly. I was just going to say, my dad was like that. And he had a freaking heart attack. And it, in the end, it hurt him, yes. When you keep that stuff inside, which is, we don't need to share our stuff with everyone here.
Everybody.
When you internalize stuff like that, all it does is hurt yourself, And when you let that stuff go and let that out, that's when you start to free up and you get to, again, see the release of the stress and the hardship and the hardship and, all the bad stuff that goes along with that. And, I've sat with a lot of people and talked with them, and at the end they say, when it's all said and done, they come back and thank me for, even though you're the police, it felt so good to tell the truth.
I got nothing against the police.
Oh, good. I appreciate that. But it just makes them feel so much better when they can tell somebody and talk to somebody about it.
I brought a couple different sizes.
You brought Bertha.
Brought two different ones, just to see. Let's try this one first.
One time at the dentist, they wouldn't even clean my teeth. Because they took my blood pressure.
Because your blood pressure was up?
I've had that same thing.
How long has it been since you've been out of medicine?
Well, I took some last week.
Okay.
A few last month.
So it would not be unusual for your blood pressure going up?
Once it was 210/107. I don't need to get it checked anymore.
No.
I'm a stroke waiting to happen.
That's not something you want to keep going.
And they smoke like a chimney. Better?
142/98.
Okay, we're good.
That's not too bad, huh?
No, not for me.
Okay. Any allergies to any medicine?
Codeine,
Anything else?
scalps,
Okay. And anything besides high blood pressure?
besides
Medical
physical
history?
ailments, no.
Diabetic, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you're currently not taking any medicine at all?
Nothing.
Okay. And everything on here is current?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what you have.
This your address, date of birth?
Probably not anymore.
Yeah, she's probably staying somewhere different now.
Okay. 8169 now?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need my insurance information?
Nope, not at all.
Good, because I'm from
We do this kind of stuff all day
There's
long.
what she's currently staying on, Bryn Mawr.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you for coming down.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, you guys.
Want some more water?
No. Okay. Is there any more questions?
We just want you to help yourself.
And help us understand.
Unburden yourself, get it off your chest. Just tell us what happened. You're gonna feel a lot better. You'll be able to.
Even if it's in a moment of weakness and you just go crazy, stuff like that can still be explained.
I know that. Social work, remember?
Yeah, exactly. You should know. And that happens all the time. And those aren't bad people. There's bad situations and bad moments. There's lots of bad moments in life. And don't let one bad moment, ruin a whole life. And the beginning of that is kind of right here.
If I had money, I would have had somebody legally to speak with by now.
Yeah. And how would that help you, though? I mean, what would you tell them that you can't tell us?
Because they could just tell me what to say.
Well, you know what to say.
No.
I think you do know what to say. And what do you say?
And how to act.
You tell the truth. You can't go wrong by telling the truth.
I know. Well,
You can do a terrible, terrible thing, and when you lie about it, the lies become as bad as what happened. When you tell the truth, that negates part of the badness because you take responsibility for it. Yes, this happened. This is what I did. This is why I did it. And people can understand that. When you lie about it, and then down the road somebody finds out about the lies, which always happens, people always find out. The truth always comes out in the end, they say.
yes.
And it does.
And then the proof comes out in the lab results, and it puts you right where you're not supposed to be, and then it looks like you're lying all along, whereas you can let it
Just
out.
think what it means to people if you come out and tell the truth on your own without being prompted. It's all on you. That speaks volumes and says tremendous amount about the person that you are. When you can take responsibility, yes, we're not going to lie to you. We're realists here. There's going to be consequences. Things are going to happen. There's no doubt about that. But those consequences and those things that happen can be minimized
and they
by
can
the
happen
truth.
under your control and not by the prosecutor or anybody else.
Or having somebody tell you what happened and proving that this is what happened, and you still won't say, those are all bad juju things. When you come out with the truth on your own, again, that speaks volumes about the kind of person you are. And down the road to judges, to juries, to everybody else that's involved with this thing all the way down the road, that says a lot. That helps a lot. That gives people so much more faith in you. Again, I don't know you. I don't think you're a bad person at all. I think something happened. Again, that was a moment of very, very bad stuff happened. But that can all be overcome. It's not the end of the world. I can't minimize it because, it was a bad thing. But we can do damage control. At this point here, we're able to do damage control.
That's what they said Saturday.
And you can
And
tell
that hasn't gone anywhere. That hasn't really changed
you
anything.
can tell it your side. You can tell it your way rather than us.
Putting the story to you.
The lab technicians and the prosecutor going, well, this is what happened, and this is what happened, and this is what happened. When in all reality, you can say, no, this is what happened,
And this is why.
and this is
And this
why,
is how.
and this is why it took place.
And if we have to put the story together to tell you how it happened or tell everybody else how it happened, and that's not how it did happen, and you know, and then now you want to tell what happened, that's when people say, well, she didn't, why didn't she say that right up front? Why should we believe her now when she wouldn't come forward before and say it? What makes you think that, you guys showed what happened, blah, blah, blah. Now she's come up with a story? At this point in time, you're the story. This all comes from you. And we can, I know it's hard to believe, and you're listening to me and you don't know me, but we can we can explain lots of things away. And we can actually help.
And when those consequences do come up, it's going to be a lot easier than if everyone has to show this is what happened and make up what they think happened instead of what you said happened. And we can, minimize the consequences to some extent.
Or at least get them going in your favor.
Right. I mean, how many times have you watched TV programs and shows where you knew that person wasn't telling the truth? And you knew...
Those are actors.
No, I'm talking about the real life shows.
Yeah, the reality shows.
When you look at the reality shows, and you can tell when someone, and then they never get their chance to tell their side of the story. Because
or
people,
it's not believable.
Right. People that have to put it together, the lab technicians, the evidence collectors, the prosecutor, the coroner, they're going to put it all together in their sterile way of saying that this is what happened, instead of hearing it, from you. And so, no, well, this is what really happened. These are the real circumstances.
As a social worker, which story is going to be better? Or
just
somebody with a background in this, that's still something. So you're still educated towards that end. Do you want the scientific program of just technicalities and facts and black and white, or do you want the human profile of the story of actually what happened? It could have begun Friday morning, and with all the crack deals and all the things that were going on that only you know about. We wish that we could tell you that stuff, but we can't, because the human part of this is you, and that's the stuff that we don't know, and that's the only thing that you can add to this whole thing to give it believability and explainability. And we can't do that. We're going to rely on technicalities, facts, black and white facts. Boom.
Right.
Whereas when it comes from you, and it's the truth, there's no other story. And that's the human part of this job. We deal a lot with people in tremendous stressful situations and help them through that, and we really do. But it all starts right here. We're trying to pull it out of you. We're actually not trying to pull it out of you. We're trying to get you to actually relieve yourself of the burden.
And I think you want to do that.
Better than calling me a flat-out liar like that one.
Well, and I don't look at you as a liar. I look at you as somebody that maybe is afraid to tell the truth because of an embarrassment, because of regret, and those are all important things that we need to know. Yes, Your Honor, when she told us she was truthful, you could tell she was remorseful. You could tell that she wasn't this maniac, terrible, terrible person. This was something that she was embarrassed
But you can't tell anything because I don't show emotion much.
That might put a hindrance.
Whether I'm innocent or guilty or whatever, that
we
right
do with
there.
people all the time that don't show emotion. But you still can tell the truth.
That's where
you still tell a story.
That's where you can help yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, by telling us what happened.
You can add the emotion to it from your story.
I mean, I can tell just from you sitting here, since you had your blood pressure taken, and you're thinking about it, it looks like you're deep in thought, and it just looks like you just want to tell us what you want to tell us. You're a lot calmer. You're a lot more in control. You're not shaking as much, because I think you want to let it out, and you just want wanna come clean.
Trust us a little bit. Tell Sergeant Dutton and Detective Gaddis what happened. Let them be the guys, your go-to guys for this. You know, confide in us. Because we are concerned about you.
When the facts come out, the true facts come out, and the lab tests come back, it's gonna be too late for us to, you know, to be able to get your story out the way that it should be right now. Without any proof, without any,
And help you through it.
anything pushing you through it. This is gonna be on your own free will.
And I didn't want to sound cold or anything, but I have to go to work.
That's okay.
Would you like to do that?
That's legitimate.
Would you like to do that on a clean conscience, or would you like to carry this burden with you even longer?
I just like to work.
And work's an outlet, right?
Always.
What else is an outlet? Relieving yourself of burden.
So, can I go to work then?
Sure.
Thank you.
Will you think about what we told you?
Yes, sir.
Would you come back and
Call
talk to us?
Not tonight. I don't get off till 1 in the morning.
If you feel you want to talk to us at 1 in the morning.
If you called me at 1 o'clock in the morning, I would meet you down here to talk to you, believe me. Let me give you my card. If you ever need to talk, I don't know if you know what names that you have of all the officers that you've talked to and detectives.
Gaffney and Dutton. Is it Dunton or Dutton?
Dunton.
Dunton with an N.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wrote it down
This
wrong.
is me, it's Tom
No offense,
Gaddis.
I'm bad with names.
And if you need to get a hold of any officer here, all you have to do is call them, and they can always get a hold of us. But if you've got to talk at 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, we're here for you.
If I forget your name, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Tom. I'm the
I
only
had a-
Tom here.
I had a brain.
Or the guy with this. The guy that does narcotics. I'm the only guy here that's doing narcotic stuff, so.
I can't say I have a horrible memory issue, but something that kicks in the head.
But one more thing, let me just say one more thing. And again, I don't, this is between us. Roxanne, I think we're very, very, very close here. And we can help you. I'm being sincere and honest with that. At this point in time, we can help you. I think you're gonna feel 1,000,000% better if you let us know what happened. Are you feeling me? Do you believe me?
I believe you.
Okay. And again, if you need to talk to him or me at any time, just let us know. I hope that we're going to have the opportunity to talk again and help you out. All right? And we appreciate you coming in. Do you have any questions of us?
It's all right. I'm already late. Now I can walk it.
You want, no, you can go here.
Roxanne Buck was convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. She was also found guilty of tampering with evidence, which resulted in an additional 3-year sentence.